Before it was a kingdom, Pritani, now Britain, was a battleground. Tribes fought over its rivers and hills long before any crown was forged. Every wave of invaders thought they would claim it. Every wave instead became part of it. Survival here demanded more than strength. It demanded change. From the first stone monuments to the clash of iron swords, Pritani became a place where past and future collided. It absorbed the dreams of Celts, the discipline of Romans, the fury of Vikings, the ambition of Normans. It broke them, remade them, and carried their scars forward. In this small island, revolutions would rise that reached across oceans. Faiths would fracture kingdoms. Empires would be built from humble villages. Millions would be ruled, millions would rebel. Britain would lift itself high enough to touch the world and fall hard enough to question its own soul. Today, Britain is not just a land. It is a legacy still argued over, a force still moving, an idea still alive. Its story has never been finished, and its greatest battles have never been only fought by sword or gun, but by the endless struggle to redefine who it truly is. Before Britain, Prehistory, 43 AD. First humans and Cheddar Man, circa 7150 BC. Britain was still a hard place to survive in 7150 BC. Thick forests covered the land, and great rivers cut through the wilderness. Wolves, bears, and wild cattle roamed freely. In this raw and dangerous world, the first humans began to arrive. They were hunter-gatherers. They moved lightly across the land, living from the rivers, the forests, and the sea. Their tools were simple: flint blades, bone needles, sharpened sticks. But their minds were sharp, and their courage was immense. They faced a landscape that could kill them at any moment, and yet they stayed. One of the oldest human skeletons ever found in Britain belonged to a man who lived around 7150 BC. His bones were discovered in Gough's Cave in Cheddar Gorge, Somerset. He is known to us today as Cheddar Man. Cheddar Man lived during the Mesolithic period, the Middle Stone Age. His life was not easy. Britain then was a wild frontier, still rising from the ruins of the last ice age. The rivers were swollen with meltwater. The forests were thick and dark. Food was hunted and gathered, not grown. Shelter had to be found, not built. Scientists have studied his bones with the tools of modern science. DNA tests, careful measurements, and forensic reconstructions have given us rare glimpses into his world. Cheddar Man was not what many people once imagined. His skin was likely dark, his hair tightly curled, and his eyes a bright blue. He was slender but strong, built for a life of endless movement and hard survival. He and his people belonged to an ancient wave of humans who had moved north as the ice sheets melted. They came from continental Europe, crossing what was then dry land between Britain and the mainland. These early Britons were not farmers. They hunted red deer, wild boar, and aurochs, massive wild cattle that have long since vanished. They gathered nuts, berries, and roots from the wild forests. They knew how to make fire, shape flint, and survive without certainty. Cheddar Man's life was short. The average life expectancy for his people was little more than 30 years. Disease, injury, hunger, and violence were constant threats. Yet in the midst of this struggle, there was also community. Small bands lived together, sharing food, shelter, and protection. Their lives were harsh, but not without meaning. The bones of Cheddar Man lay hidden for over 9,000 years before they were uncovered. His discovery challenged old myths about the first Britons. It showed that Britain's story was never simple. From the very beginning, it was a land of migration, adaptation, and change. Even in death, Cheddar Man speaks. His DNA links him faintly to people living in Britain today. He reminds us that the roots of British identity run far deeper than any castle or crown. They stretch back to a time when survival itself was victory, and when the greatest challenge was simply to endure. The land he walked would change again and again. Waves of new people would come. Languages would rise and fall. Kingdoms would be built and broken. But the first humans, like Cheddar Man, laid the foundation. They were the true pioneers of Britain, anonymous, forgotten by history, yet impossible to erase. Celtic migrations, Brythonic and Goidelic cultures. The story of Britain moves forward with a great wave of new people, the Celts. They were not a single tribe or nation. They were a culture, a language, a shared way of life that stretched across much of Europe. From as early as 1200 BC, Celtic peoples began to emerge, their roots deep in the center of the continent. These tribes likely called themselves something like Pritani or Pritani, which is thought to mean the painted people or the tattooed folk, possibly referring to body paint or tattoos worn by the native Britons. This is the first known ethnonym, group name, for the inhabitants of the island, which was later changed to Bretanica or Britanniae, meaning a collection of islands including Great Britain and Ireland when the ancient Greeks began exploring and trading with the West. Around the 4th century BC, they adopted this name. By around 800 BC, groups of Celts started moving westward. They came with skills in metalwork, farming, and warfare that were far beyond what had come before. They brought iron tools, better weapons, and new ways of living. Across the centuries, they flowed into the British Isles, changing the land forever. Two great branches of Celtic culture took root in these islands. In the south and east, in what would become England and Wales, the Brythonic Celts settled. In the west and north, in what is now Ireland and parts of western Scotland, the Goidelic Celts found their new home. The Brythonic Celts spoke a language that would one day evolve into Welsh, Cornish, and Breton. They built hill forts on high ridges, defended their lands fiercely, and lived in tribal societies that valued loyalty, honor, and courage above all. Their warriors painted their bodies for battle. Their bards and poets kept alive the stories of gods, heroes, and ancient laws. They saw the world as alive with spirits. Every river, every grove, every mountain carried its own sacred power. Meanwhile, across the Irish Sea, the Goidelic Celts built their own world. Their language would give rise to Irish Gaelic, Scottish Gaelic, and Manx. Their culture was rich in myth, in music, in the art of storytelling. They traced their kings through long, proud family lines. In their traditions, the land was not just territory, it was a living thing, something to be honored and respected. Though different in tongue and custom, the Brythonic and Goidelic Celts shared deep connections. Both lived in small kingdoms, ruled by warrior elites. Both held fierce loyalty to family and tribe. Both believed in a sacred bond between the people and the earth. Both left behind no great cities, but instead built with wood, with stone, with the memory of their ancestors. Their worlds were rich with ritual. Druids, priests, judges, and keepers of wisdom played a central role in their societies. Through them, knowledge passed down without books or scrolls, carried only by memory and voice. The Druids taught law, history, and faith, linking the human world to the mysteries of the universe. Archaeology today uncovers traces of these peoples. Finely crafted torques of gold, chariots buried with their riders, massive hill forts like Maiden Castle in Dorset. But most of their lives remain beyond the reach of history, remembered only in the echoes of ancient languages and the survival of stubborn traditions. The Celts did not think of themselves as conquerors. They believed they were part of the natural order, moving with the tides of destiny. Yet with their arrival, Britain entered a new age. It became a land of many tribes, many tongues, and many dreams. Borders shifted, and alliances rose and fell. But the idea of Britain as a land of proud, diverse peoples began to take form. In time, new storms would come: invaders, empires, and revolutions. But the Brythonic and Goidelic cultures laid foundations that no sword or crown could fully erase. Their spirit would survive defeat, occupation, and even near extinction. It would shape the soul of Britain for thousands of years to come. Before Rome, before Christianity, before kings and queens, there were the Celts, the first architects of Britain's living spirit. Druids and early religion, Stonehenge and other megaliths. Long before written words shaped the story of Britain, another power ruled the land: belief. For the early peoples who lived here, the world was not silent or empty. It was alive. Every tree, every stone, every river carried a spirit. Life and death were not separate, but part of the same endless rhythm. From these ideas rose the first religious leaders of ancient Britain, the Druids. They did not leave behind books or temples in the way later civilizations would. Their knowledge passed only from memory to memory, from voice to voice. They taught that the natural world was sacred and that the heavens, the earth, and the underworld were connected by forces unseen. The Druids were not just priests. They were lawgivers, healers, astronomers, and philosophers. They guided their people through every part of life, from the planting of crops to the naming of kings. They carried the histories of their tribes without ever writing a word. Their power was built not on swords or wealth, but on trust and tradition. Even before the Druids rose to prominence, the deep spiritual instincts of Britain's early people had already left their mark on the land. Thousands of years before the Celts, ancient communities built massive monuments out of stone and earth. These were not simple shelters or defenses. They were places of meaning, places where earth touched sky and the living touched the dead. The greatest and most mysterious of these monuments is Stonehenge. Built in stages between roughly 3000 and 2000 BC, Stonehenge stands as a riddle across time. It was constructed with stones weighing up to 25 tons, dragged across distances as great as 150 miles. No one today can say exactly how they did it. No written plans survive, no builders' names are known. What we do know is that Stonehenge was aligned with the movements of the sun. At the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, the sun rises perfectly over the heelstone, casting light into the heart of the monument. This was not an accident. It speaks of a deep understanding of the heavens and a belief that human life was tied directly to the cycles of the stars. Stonehenge was part of a larger sacred landscape. Nearby, massive earthworks like Durrington Walls and the avenue hint at a grand design, connecting ceremonial centers across miles of open ground. It was not just a place to mark the passing of seasons. It may have been a place of gathering, of mourning, of worship, or even of healing. Other megalithic sites across Britain tell the same story. At Avebury, an enormous stone circle, larger even than Stonehenge, embraces a whole village. In the Orkney Islands, ancient sites like the Ring of Brodgar and Skara Brae show a society that built not only for survival, but for connection to the mysteries of existence. Even isolated standing stones scattered across lonely hills seem to speak of a people who understood the land as a living partner, not just a backdrop. The early religions of Britain were not based on written commandments or carved idols. They grew from the rhythms of nature itself. The cycles of the moon, the flow of rivers, the dance of the seasons. These were their sacred texts. To them, wisdom was not something you read. It was something you felt in the changing of the winds, in the growth of the crops, in the silence of the stones. By the time the Druids rose to lead the Celtic peoples, they inherited a land already heavy with sacred memory. They did not build Stonehenge, but they would have seen it as holy. They would have stood among the stones and heard the echoes of ancestors who lived, loved, and died long before their own time. The world of the early Britons was full of unseen forces. Gods of the rivers, spirits of the forests, guardians of the hills. Religion was not a separate part of life, it was life. Every hunt, every harvest, every birth and death was tied to a deeper order. When later civilizations came, the Romans with their armies, the Christians with their crosses, they would see the Druids as a threat. They would seek to erase the old beliefs, but they could never fully wipe away the spirit of the ancient world. Even today, in the names of rivers, in the shape of old festivals, in the stones that still stand against the sky, the voice of Britain's first faith can still be heard if you know how to listen. This was a land built not just with hands, but with dreams, a place where stones spoke, seasons ruled, and people walked in step with the eternal rhythms of the earth. Before Britain had kings or borders, it had sacred places. Before it had armies, it had songs of the stars. Before it had history, it had memory, rooted deep in the land itself. The Age of Invasions, 43 to 1066 AD. Roman Britain, Claudius's invasion, Boudica's revolt, Hadrian's wall. By the 1st century AD, Britain was no longer a forgotten island on the edge of the known world. It had become a prize, a place of resources, power, and untamed people. Across the narrow sea, the Roman Empire watched Britain with growing interest. They Latinized the Greek name into Britannia, which became the official Roman name for the province they controlled, modern-day England and Wales. Britannia referred to the island. The people were called Brythani or Britons. In 43 AD, Emperor Claudius made the decision that would change Britain forever. He ordered a full-scale invasion. Claudius was not seen as a natural warrior by the Roman elite. He had been mocked for his limp and his stutter. But he knew that conquest could build a legacy greater than any voice or body. Seizing Britain would show the world that he was a true emperor. The Roman army that crossed the Channel was no ordinary force. It was a machine of conquest, built through centuries of war. Around 40,000 soldiers, heavily trained, ruthlessly disciplined, landed on Britain's shores. Facing them were tribes divided by rivalries, with no single leader to unite them. The first Roman target was Camulodunum, today known as Colchester. It was the heart of the powerful Catuvellauni tribe. With brutal speed, the Romans overwhelmed it. Claudius himself traveled to Britain to celebrate the victory, riding into the conquered city on the back of an elephant. Britain was now declared part of the Roman Empire, but the conquest had only begun. Over the next few decades, Roman forces pushed deeper into the island. They built roads, forts, and towns. They brought with them Roman law, language, architecture, and trade. But they also brought new taxes, new demands, and a heavy hand that many Britons could not accept. In the region of modern-day East Anglia, the seeds of rebellion were growing. Boudica, queen of the Iceni tribe, would become the symbol of Britain's rage against Rome. After the death of her husband, King Prasutagus, the Romans betrayed their promises. They seized Iceni lands, flogged Boudica, and violated her daughters. These brutal acts lit a fire of vengeance that would burn across Roman Britain. Around 60 or 61 AD, Boudica led a massive uprising. Her forces destroyed Camulodunum, crushed the Roman 9th Legion, and set fire to Londinium, what would later become London. Roman records say that tens of thousands died. To the Romans, Boudica was a barbarian rebel. To her people, she was a warrior queen fighting for freedom against a foreign oppressor. But the Roman war machine was patient and ruthless. Governor Gaius Suetonius Paulinus regrouped his forces and met Boudica's army in battle. Though her forces outnumbered the Romans, they lacked the discipline and armor of the legions. In a single bloody day, the rebellion was crushed. Boudica's fate is not fully known. Some accounts say she took poison to avoid capture. Others suggest she died of illness. What is certain is that her spirit lived on, a warning to Rome and a memory of defiance that would echo for centuries. After Boudica's revolt, Rome tightened its grip on Britain. Cities like Verulamium, modern St. Albans, and Londinium were rebuilt stronger. Roman baths, temples, and villas spread across the landscape. Latin became the language of law and administration. For many Britons, Roman rule brought trade, technology, and new opportunities. For others, it was a slow erasure of their old ways. But Rome's ambition met its limits. Beyond the hills and forests of northern Britain, the tribes of what we now call Scotland resisted fiercely. The Caledonians, as the Romans called them, refused to be conquered. In 122 AD, Emperor Hadrian ordered the construction of a great wall to mark the boundary of Roman power. Stretching across northern Britain from coast to coast, Hadrian's wall was more than a barrier. It was a message. It said, "Here and no further." Beyond this line lay a land too wild, too costly, too dangerous to tame. Built of stone and turf, guarded by forts and watchtowers, Hadrian's Wall ran for about 73 miles. Soldiers from across the empire, Spaniards, Syrians, North Africans, were stationed along its length. Britain was not just a distant province, it was a living piece of Rome itself, defended at the very edge of the known world. Life along the wall was harsh and isolated. Supplies had to be shipped from the south. Soldiers faced cold winds, sudden raids, and the loneliness of endless watch duty. Yet Hadrian's Wall stood as a mark of Roman endurance, an achievement of engineering and determination. Even as Rome flourished in southern Britain, the presence of the wall showed an uncomfortable truth. The conquest was never complete. Parts of Britain remained forever beyond Roman control, wild and untamed. The dream of a fully Roman Britain would always be just out of reach. The Roman occupation brought change that would shape Britain for centuries. But beneath the new cities, the straight roads, and the Latin prayers, the old spirit of the island endured, waiting for its moment to rise again. Fall of Roman Britain, economic collapse and withdrawal of Roman legions. For nearly 4 centuries, Britain had lived under the shadow of Rome. Roads stretched across the island, towns bustled with trade, and the distant orders of emperors shaped daily life. But by the late 4th century, cracks were starting to show. The empire that had once seemed unstoppable was weakening. Internal corruption, endless wars, and pressure from barbarian tribes on the frontiers drained its strength. Rome could no longer pour gold, soldiers, and leadership into every distant province. Britain, isolated at the empire's edge, began to feel the neglect first. The economy of Roman Britain started to falter. Trade routes that once connected Londinium to Gaul and Spain became dangerous. Piracy grew along the coasts. Local farmers, once thriving under Roman protection, found it harder to move goods or defend their lands. Roman coins, once a steady flow, became scarce. Inflation took hold. People bartered where once they had traded in silver and gold. Taxation grew harsher as Roman officials tried to wring what little wealth was left from the land. Many of the wealthy retreated to fortified villas in the countryside. Towns shrank. Public buildings fell into decay. The great baths, temples, and forums that symbolized Roman order began to crumble, brick by brick, into silence. Meanwhile, threats beyond Britain's shores grew bolder. The Picts from the north raided deep into Roman lands. Irish war bands crossed the sea to plunder the western coasts. Saxon pirates, skilled and merciless, struck the southern shores. The Roman defenses stretched thin and often failed to protect the people. Fear spread across the countryside. In 367 AD, a massive coordinated assault known as the Great Conspiracy rocked Roman Britain. Picts, Scots, Saxons, and even rebellious Roman soldiers attacked together. Towns were sacked, forts abandoned, and chaos rippled across the province. Although the Romans managed to regain some control, it was clear that Britain's future under Rome was slipping away. By the early 400s, Rome itself faced disaster. Germanic tribes crossed the frozen Rhine. The city of Rome would be sacked by the Visigoths in 410 AD, a symbol that even the heart of the empire was no longer safe. In the face of such threats, the empire had no choice but to pull back. The Roman legions in Britain, once the guardians of order, were recalled to defend Italy and Gaul. There were no grand farewells, no ceremonies. Soldiers simply marched away, leaving behind empty forts, abandoned roads, and a population uncertain of what would come next. In 410 AD, Emperor Honorius sent a message to the cities of Britain. They could no longer rely on Rome for protection. They would have to defend themselves. For the people of Britain, it was the end of an age. Without Roman support, local leaders, often former military commanders or wealthy landowners, took power into their own hands. Some tried to keep Roman ways alive. Others returned to older, tribal traditions. The unity that Rome had forced on the land began to dissolve into a patchwork of rival territories. Roman Britain did not fall in a single day. It faded, unevenly, painfully, across decades. Some places clung to Roman customs for a time. Others quickly abandoned them. Villas were looted, cities emptied, written language declined, and the knowledge of how to build in stone and concrete slowly disappeared. The collapse of Roman rule left Britain vulnerable. New dangers loomed just beyond the shores. The Saxons, Angles, and Jutes, fierce warriors from across the North Sea, watched and waited. Soon they would come, and with them a new chapter would begin. But even as Roman Britain crumbled, it left behind traces that could not be erased. Roads, place names, the dream of law, and the distant memory of a world once connected to something greater than itself. The Romans were gone. Britain stood alone once more, facing a dark and uncertain future. But in its ruins, the seeds of something new were already beginning to stir. After the fall of the Roman Empire and through the Middle Ages, the name Britannia evolved through Old French and Middle English into the modern word Britain. Anglo-Saxon migration and the formation of early English kingdoms. When Rome left Britain behind, the island did not fall silent. It became a battlefield of survival. Without legions to defend it, Britain opened itself to new tides of people. Among them were the Angles, Saxons, and Jutes, fierce warrior tribes from what is now Germany and Denmark. The story of the Anglo-Saxon migration is not one of a single great invasion. It was a slow and brutal process, stretched across generations. Some groups came as mercenaries, hired by desperate British leaders to defend against other raiders. Others came as settlers, drawn by promises of land and wealth. But once they came, they stayed. And they brought with them a way of life that would change Britain forever. The early British defenders, divided and leaderless after the Roman withdrawal, struggled to resist. Roman cities fell into ruin. Farmlands were abandoned. The old tribal kingdoms began to crumble under the pressure. In their place, new settlements took root, built by the newcomers in the patterns of their own traditions. By the late 5th century, the Anglo-Saxon presence was strong enough to be felt across much of southern and eastern Britain. New names began to mark the land. The Kingdom of Kent emerged first, founded by the Jutes, under a leader known as Hengist. Along the river valleys, Saxon groups built new strongholds, giving birth to kingdoms like Essex, Sussex, and Wessex, names meaning East Saxons, South Saxons, and West Saxons. Further north, the Angles carved out territories that would become Northumbria, Mercia, and East Anglia. These were not unified nations as we understand them today. They were loose collections of territories, ruled by kings, whose power often lasted only as long as their ability to fight and hold land. Alliances shifted constantly. Rival kings rose and fell. Power was a prize, not a right. These early kingdoms were forged in blood and ambition. Leadership was won through battle and secured by loyalty. A king needed not only warriors, but wise advisors and skilled craftsmen. The success of a kingdom depended on more than swords. It needed farms to feed its people, trade routes to bring wealth, and sacred places to honor the gods. The Anglo-Saxons brought with them their own pagan beliefs. They worshipped a pantheon of gods linked to nature, war, and fate. Woden, Thunor, and Frigg were names whispered in prayer and shouted in battle. Sacred groves and holy wells dotted the landscape, linking the people to their ancestors and their gods. Over time, the new rulers and their followers shaped a society that blended war, faith, farming, and law. They established systems of justice based on compensation rather than revenge. They developed early codes of law, like those set down by King Ethelbert of Kent in the early 7th century, one of the first recorded law codes in any Germanic language. Language itself shifted. Latin faded. The British tongue retreated to the west and north. In the lands under Saxon control, a new language grew: Old English. It was a rough, powerful language, born in the fields and halls of warriors, destined one day to become one of the greatest languages in the world. By the 7th century, the Anglo-Saxon world had matured into a complex patchwork of kingdoms. At times, they fought each other. At times, they formed fragile alliances, but none could yet claim control of the whole island. The dream of a united England was still far away, hidden behind the smoke of countless small wars. The Britain that Rome had left was gone. In its place, a new land was being born, not yet England, but the seed of England. A land of kings without crowns, of laws without cities, of people who would, over centuries, forge a new identity from the ruins of the old. The Anglo-Saxon migration was not just a movement of people. It was a remaking of Britain itself. From the ashes of empire, a new world was rising, one that would carry the dreams, the fears, and the ambitions of those first settlers far into the future. Rise of the Heptarchy and Christianization. By the 7th century, Britain was no longer a place of small scattered tribes. It had evolved into a land of kingdoms, each fighting for land, loyalty, and the right to rule. This period would become known as the Age of the Heptarchy, meaning 7 kingdoms, though in truth, the number of kingdoms often shifted with the fortunes of war. The great powers of this time were Mercia, Northumbria, and Wessex. Each would rise and fall in turn, carving its name into the early story of England. Mercia, in the heart of the island, grew strong under kings like Penda and later Offa. Penda, ruling from around 626 to 655, was one of the last great pagan kings. A fierce warrior, he resisted the growing tide of Christianity longer than most of his rivals. Mercia under Penda was a dominant military power feared across Britain. Later, Offa, who ruled from 757 to 796, would take Mercia to new heights. He built Offa's Dyke, a great earthwork stretching along the Welsh border, to mark and defend his territory. Offa forged alliances with powerful rulers across Europe and issued some of the first high-quality English coinage. In his time, Mercia stood as the most powerful kingdom in Britain, a serious force even in the eyes of continental rulers like Charlemagne. To the north, Northumbria grew from the union of 2 earlier kingdoms, Bernicia and Dara. For a time, Northumbria was the cultural and religious heart of Britain. Under kings like Edwin, Oswald, and Oswio, Northumbria expanded its reach from the River Humber to the Scottish lowlands. Its monasteries, like those at Lindisfarne and Jarrow, became centers of learning that would light the dark corners of Europe. Meanwhile, in the south, Wessex began its slow but steady rise. Founded by the legendary leader Cerdic around 519, Wessex grew stronger through careful alliances and hard-won battles. By the 8th and 9th centuries, Wessex would emerge as the final defender of Anglo-Saxon Britain against later threats. But in the age of the Heptarchy, it was one kingdom among many, fierce, ambitious, and waiting for its time. Other kingdoms, like East Anglia, Essex, Kent, and Sussex, held their own importance. Kent, especially, played a key role in one of the most profound transformations in Britain's history: the coming of Christianity. In 597 AD, Augustine of Canterbury arrived on British shores. Sent by Pope Gregory the Great, Augustine's mission was simple but daunting: convert the Anglo-Saxons to Christianity. The task was harder than it seemed. The Anglo-Saxon rulers were deeply tied to their old gods, their ancestors, and their traditions. Augustine made his way to Kent, where King Ethelbert ruled. Ethelbert was married to Bertha, a Frankish princess and a Christian. Through Bertha's influence and Augustine's careful diplomacy, Ethelbert agreed to be baptized. His conversion was a turning point. Under his protection, Augustine established the first permanent Christian mission in Britain. He founded a church at Canterbury, which would later become the spiritual center of English Christianity. From Kent, the new faith spread outward, first slowly, then with growing momentum. But the conversion of Britain was not a clean break with the past. It was a long process of syncretism, the blending of old beliefs with new. Sacred springs became holy wells. Ancient festivals were given new Christian meanings. Even some of the old gods' names lived on, hidden in the names of days like Wednesday, Woden's Day, and Thursday, Thor's Day. Christian monks and missionaries traveled from both Rome and Ireland, each carrying slightly different traditions. Irish monks brought learning and a fierce independence. Roman missionaries brought the authority of the Pope. Together they shaped a church that was both Roman and uniquely British. Christianization also brought literacy. Latin returned to Britain not as the voice of an empire, but as the language of faith and scholarship. Monasteries became centers not only of prayer, but of knowledge, preserving ancient texts and creating new works that would shape medieval Europe. The rise of Christianity did not erase the violence or ambition of the Anglo-Saxon kings. Wars still raged, borders shifted, betrayals and battles were still the currency of power. But a new layer had been added to Britain's identity, a belief that kings ruled not just by sword or blood, but by divine right. By the end of the 7th century, Britain had become a land of kingdoms built by warriors and blessed by bishops. It was a land where old and new collided, where ancient earthworks stood beside wooden churches, and where kings traced their ancestry to both pagan gods and Christian saints. The Heptarchy would not last forever. In time, one kingdom would rise above the rest. But the foundations were now laid. A New England was slowly taking shape, born from conquest, faith, and the fierce will of its many peoples. Viking invasions, Danelaw and Alfred the Great's resistance. In the late 8th century, new storms came to Britain, not of weather, but of men. They came from the north, riding the waves in long, slender ships. They were called Vikings, and their arrival would tear apart the fragile kingdoms of the Heptarchy. The first recorded Viking attack hit in 793 AD at Lindisfarne, a holy island off the Northumbrian coast. Monks were killed, treasures stolen, and the sacred site was left in ruins. It was a moment that sent shockwaves through all of Christian Europe. Britain, once a land of growing faith and fragile kingdoms, had become a target for fierce warriors seeking wealth, land, and glory. The early raids were sudden and brutal. Viking bands would strike coastal settlements, loot, burn, and vanish before any army could gather. But as the years passed, the Viking strategy changed. They no longer came just to steal, they came to stay. By the mid-9th century, a force known as the Great Heathen Army landed in Britain. Unlike earlier raiders, they were organized and determined to conquer. Led by figures like Ivar the Boneless, Halfdan, and Guthrum, the Viking warriors pushed deep into Anglo-Saxon lands. Kingdom after kingdom fell before them. Northumbria was overrun, East Anglia was defeated, Mercia was broken. Only Wessex remained, battered but unbowed. At its head stood a king who would become one of the most important figures in British history, Alfred the Great. Alfred became king of Wessex in 871 AD after a series of desperate battles against the invaders. He inherited a kingdom on the brink of collapse. Yet Alfred refused to surrender. He understood that survival would require not only bravery, but strategy. In 878 AD, at a moment when Viking power seemed overwhelming, Alfred suffered a crushing defeat and was forced into hiding in the marshes of Athelney. It was there, according to legend, that he burned the cakes he was tasked to watch, too lost in thought about his nation's fate to tend the fire. But Alfred's spirit was not broken. From his refuge, he regrouped his forces, rebuilt morale, and prepared for a final stand. In the same year, at the Battle of Edington, Alfred met Guthrum's forces in a decisive clash. Against the odds, Alfred's army triumphed. Following the victory, Alfred negotiated the Treaty of Wedmore with Guthrum. As part of the agreement, Guthrum converted to Christianity and the land was divided. The Viking-controlled areas became known as the Danelaw, a vast stretch of territory covering much of eastern and northern England, ruled under Danish laws and customs. The Danelaw was not just a military occupation, it was a new society, blending Norse and Anglo-Saxon traditions. Place names across England today, ending in --, Thorpe -, and -thwaite, are living reminders of this Viking influence. The settlers brought new farming methods, legal practices, and cultural ideas that left lasting marks on the land and its people. Meanwhile, Alfred turned his focus to strengthening Wessex. He reformed the military, creating a system where local forces could be raised quickly to defend against attacks. He built a network of fortified towns called burhs, designed to resist Viking raids. Alfred also understood that defense required more than swords. He championed education and literacy, translating key works from Latin into English so his people could learn. He promoted law and order, issuing a legal code that blended Christian principles with older traditions. Unification under Aethelstan, first king of all England. When Aethelstan rose to power in 924 AD, England was still a broken land. The dream of unity had lived in the hopes of kings before him, but none had fully achieved it. Kingdoms stood apart. The scars of war and invasion still marked the soil. Power was divided between Saxon rulers in the south and Danish warlords in the north. Aethelstan, the grandson of Alfred the Great, did not inherit a peaceful throne. His path to power was uncertain. His early years were spent preparing for a life of constant struggle, trained to fight, to negotiate, and to rule with wisdom beyond his years. He first became king of the Anglo-Saxons after the death of his father, Edward the Elder. But even then, full control of England was not his. Parts of the land, especially in Northumbria, resisted southern rule fiercely. In 927 AD, Aethelstan made his decisive move. He launched a campaign into Northumbria, defeating its last independent Viking king. At Amont Bridge, rulers from across Britain, from Scotland, Strathclyde, and Wales, were forced to recognize his supremacy. For the first time, one man could truly call himself king over all the English peoples. Aethelstan's title was no longer King of the Anglo-Saxons. It became King of the English. But Aethelstan's achievement was not just military. He understood that unity could not be built by the sword alone. It had to be rooted in law, in faith, and in a shared identity. He summoned councils that brought together leaders from across his lands. He issued legal codes that blended old customs with new royal authority. He promoted fairness, insisting that even the weak deserve justice against the strong. Aethelstan also forged connections beyond Britain. He arranged alliances through marriage with the royal families of Europe, in France, Germany, and beyond. These marriages built respect and opened channels of trade and culture. Under Aethelstan's reign, England was no longer an isolated island. It began to be seen as a serious power in European politics. Yet Aethelstan's reign was not without challenge. In 937 AD, a great coalition of enemies, Scots, Vikings, and men from Strathclyde, joined forces to crush his rule. At the Battle of Brunanburh, Aethelstan faced the fiercest test of his kingship. The armies clashed in a brutal, day-long struggle. The cost in blood was enormous. But when the field finally cleared, Aethelstan stood victorious. The Battle of Brunanburh secured the unity he had fought for. It ended any serious threat to a single English crown for decades to come. In the ancient poems, Brunanburh was remembered as a defining moment, a battle where the future of the nation was written in steel and sacrifice. Aethelstan ruled until his death in 939 AD. He left no direct heir, but he left something greater, a new idea. England was no longer a patchwork of divided lands. It was one kingdom, one people, standing together for the first time in history. His achievements were monumental, yet often overshadowed in later years by more famous names. But without Aethelstan, there would have been no England as we know it. He was the bridge between survival and nationhood. He did not just wear the crown, he shaped what it meant to be English. Long after his bones rested in Malmesbury Abbey, his vision endured. Every king who followed would inherit a land he forged, through battle, through law, and through an unbreakable belief that even a broken land could be made whole. The Norman Conquest in medieval Britain, 1066 to 1485. Battle of Hastings, William the Conqueror, Norman rule, and the feudal system. The year 1066 is one of the most important dates in British history. It marks not just the death of a king, but the fall of an old world and the rise of a new order. When King Edward the Confessor died in January 1066, he left no clear heir. Three powerful men claimed the English throne: Harold Godwinson, the Anglo-Saxon noble; William, Duke of Normandy; and Harold Hardrada, the King of Norway. Each believed that fate and ambition were on their side. Harold Godwinson seized the crown first, but before he could secure his rule, he faced immediate threats. In September 1066, Harold Hardrada invaded from the north. Harold marched his army quickly and defeated the Norwegians at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. It was a brutal victory. Harold's men had little time to rest. News came that William had landed on the southern coast. Harold rushed south to meet the new threat. On October 14, 1066, near the small town of Hastings, the two armies clashed. The Battle of Hastings would decide the fate of England. Harold's forces fought on foot in a strong shield wall formation. William's army, made up of Normans, Bretons, and Flemings, combined cavalry, archers, and infantry. The battle lasted all day. At one point, rumors spread that William had been killed. To rally his men, William lifted his helmet so they could see he was alive. Late in the day, Harold was killed. Most sources say by an arrow to the eye, though the exact details are debated. With his death, the Anglo-Saxon resistance collapsed. William emerged victorious. He would be known forever after as William the Conqueror. But winning the crown was only the beginning. William faced rebellions across the country. From 1066 to 1071, he fought to crush English resistance. Cities like York were burned. Rebels were hunted down. Castles rose across the land, symbols of Norman power planted into English soil. William changed England not just by force, but by law. He introduced the feudal system, a structure that reshaped English society from top to bottom. In this new order, the king owned all the land by right of conquest. He granted large estates to his loyal barons, who in turn granted portions to knights. At the bottom were the peasants, or serfs, who worked the land and paid service to their lords. Power flowed downward, but loyalty was expected upward. Every man owed allegiance to the one above him, and in return received protection. It was a system designed to control, to tax, and to defend. It made rebellion harder and loyalty stronger. England became a web of relationships tied together by land, blood, and oaths. William also ordered the creation of the Domesday Book in 1086. It was a massive survey of England's wealth, a record of who owned what, down to the last pig and acre. Nothing like it had ever been made before. It allowed William to tax and govern more effectively, giving him unmatched control over the kingdom. Under Norman rule, English culture itself began to change. Norman French became the language of the court, the law, and the nobility. The old Anglo-Saxon elite was replaced by Norman lords. Castles, cathedrals, and new towns grew up across the landscape. The Norman Conquest did not erase Anglo-Saxon England overnight, but it buried it deep. It blended the old with the new, forging a kingdom that was stronger, richer, and more connected to the wider world. William the Conqueror ruled until his death in 1087. He left a kingdom transformed, divided by new classes, tied by new loyalties, and bound under a new power that no English king before him had wielded. His legacy would shape England for centuries to come, in ways both brutal and brilliant. The Domesday Book, Administration and Taxation. In 1085, William the Conqueror made a decision that would leave one of the most important documents in British history. He ordered a great survey, a record of his new kingdom so complete, so detailed that it would be unmatched for centuries. This became known as the Domesday Book. William ruled a land that was still restless after conquest. Rebellions had been crushed, but resentment simmered. New lords controlled the land, but loyalty was not guaranteed. William needed to know exactly what he owned, who held it, and what it was worth. Only then could he tax it properly, defend it wisely, and reward his followers justly. The Domesday Survey covered most of England and parts of Wales. It listed over 13,000 places. It recorded landowners, the size of their holdings, the number of tenants, how much land was cultivated, how many plow teams were available, and even the numbers of livestock like pigs, sheep, and cattle. The questions asked by William's officials were thorough and demanding. Who held this land before the conquest? Who holds it now? How many men can it provide for the army? What is its value today compared to the time of King Edward? Nothing was too small to escape notice. Even mills, fisheries, and salt pans were carefully recorded. The Domesday Book allowed William to tax his kingdom with precision. It was not about fairness, it was about control. Taxes funded armies, built castles, and kept rebellion in check. Lords who had grown rich and powerful had to pay their due. Those who could not prove their rights to land risked losing it. For ordinary people, the Domesday Book meant that the reach of royal authority touched their lives more than ever before. No village, however small, could claim to be invisible. No field or river could escape notice. Royal officials could now enforce tax demands with detailed knowledge of who owned what. The name Domesday, echoing the Day of Judgment, came later. To the people who lived under its shadow, it must have felt like a final reckoning. Once something was written into the Domesday Book, it was treated as unchangeable fact. Disputes over land ownership had little chance against its recorded judgments. Yet the Domesday Book was more than just a tax ledger. It showed a vision of England as a fully organized kingdom under one ultimate master, the king. It revealed how the feudal system had reshaped society. Almost all land was held in fief from the king. Lords, knights, and peasants were all linked in a chain of duty and loyalty that could now be tracked on paper. The Domesday Book remains one of the oldest and most detailed public records in Europe. Today, it gives historians an almost unmatched glimpse into life in 11th century England, its wealth, its organization, and its burdens. For William, it was a triumph of administration. In a land that had been torn apart by conquest, he had imposed order. Through the power of words, he turned his personal conquest into a system of rule that would outlive him by centuries. When William died in 1087, the Domesday Book stood as one of the clearest legacies of his reign. In stone, in law, and now on parchment, England had been remade. Every plow and every penny had been counted. Every man owed something to the crown. The age of kings who ruled by brute force alone was giving way to something deeper. Kings who ruled through knowledge, records, and power over the very facts of life. The Plantagenet dynasty, Henry II's reforms, and Eleanor of Aquitaine. The Norman kings had reshaped England through conquest. The Plantagenets would reshape it through power, ambition, and law. The Plantagenet dynasty, founded by Henry II in 1154, would rule England for more than 300 years. Their story was one of genius and violence, loyalty and betrayal. Henry II, the first Plantagenet king, was born in 1133. His rise to the throne ended a bloody civil war known as the Anarchy, a time when England had been torn apart by rival claims. Henry promised stability, but he would not rule quietly. Henry was a restless and brilliant king. He inherited not only England, but vast lands in France, including Normandy, Anjou, and Aquitaine. His empire stretched from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees. Yet Henry knew that land alone did not make a strong kingdom. Law and order were needed. One of Henry II's greatest achievements was the reform of England's legal system. Before him, justice was uneven. Local lords often controlled courts, and verdicts could be based more on power than fairness. Henry changed that. He sent royal judges across the country to hear cases in the king's name. These traveling courts brought a single standard of law to every corner of England. Henry introduced new ideas like trial by jury, a group of ordinary people sworn to give a verdict based on evidence, not superstition. He made it possible for disputes over land to be settled by legal process rather than by private war. By establishing common law, a system of rules applied equally across the realm, Henry laid the foundations for the English legal tradition that still exists today. But Henry's rule was not only about laws, it was also about power and who had the right to wield it. His reforms brought him into fierce conflict with the church. The most famous battle came with Thomas Becket, the Archbishop of Canterbury. Once Henry's friend and ally, Becket resisted the king's attempts to control the church's courts. Their quarrel grew bitter. In 1170, 4 of Henry's knights, believing they were serving their king's will, murdered Becket inside Canterbury Cathedral. The shock of the murder sent waves across Europe. Henry was forced to perform public penance, and his power over the church was weakened. It was a brutal reminder that even a strong king could not always bend every will to his own. At Henry's side for much of his life stood one of the most remarkable women of the Middle Ages, Eleanor of Aquitaine. She was not just a queen, she was a ruler in her own right, heiress to the vast and wealthy duchy of Aquitaine in southern France. Eleanor's life was larger than most kings. Before marrying Henry, she had been Queen of France as the wife of King Louis VII. After her marriage to Henry in 1152, she became Queen of England and mother to some of its most famous monarchs, including Richard the Lionheart and King John. Eleanor was intelligent, proud, and fiercely independent. She supported her sons when they rebelled against Henry in the later years of his reign. She spent years imprisoned by her own husband for her defiance. Yet even in captivity, her influence never truly faded. After Henry's death in 1189, Eleanor re-emerged as a key political figure, advising her son Richard during his rule and helping to maintain the fragile Plantagenet realm. The partnership of Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitaine was a stormy one. It was filled with love, ambition, betrayal, and pride. Together, they shaped not only England, but the destiny of much of Western Europe. The Plantagenet dynasty, with its roots in Henry and Eleanor, built a legacy that would stretch across centuries. A legacy of kingship that balanced the law with ambition, and that turned England from a conquered island into a central player in the affairs of Europe. But with greatness came danger. Power, once gathered, had to be defended. And for the Plantagenets, every victory carried the seeds of future conflict. Their bloodline would leave deep scars on Britain, and some wounds would never truly heal. Richard the Lionheart and the Crusades. In 1189, Richard I became King of England. History remembers him as Richard the Lionheart, a name that captured his reputation as a fearless warrior and a leader who lived for battle more than for rule. Richard was born on September 8, 1157, in Oxford, the third son of King Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitaine. From a young age, Richard showed a little interest in sitting on a throne or managing a kingdom. His passion was war, and his heart was tied to the chivalric ideals of bravery, honor, and loyalty. When Richard took the crown, England was a powerful but restless land. His father's rule had built strength, but also enemies. Richard inherited a kingdom that needed careful management. Yet he saw his kingship not as an end, but as a tool, a source of funds and soldiers for a much greater cause: the Third Crusade. The Crusades were a series of wars fought between Christian and Muslim forces for control of the Holy Land. Jerusalem, sacred to both religions, had fallen to the Muslim leader Saladin in 1187. In Europe, the call to retake the city rang loud. Richard answered that call with passion. Almost as soon as he was crowned, Richard began preparing for his journey. He raised taxes, sold lands, and emptied treasuries. No cost was too high for the dream of reclaiming Jerusalem. In 1190, he left England, setting sail for the Mediterranean. Richard's time on the crusade showed both his brilliance and his flaws. He was a commander of great skill, inspiring loyalty among his knights and fear among his enemies. His most famous victories came at the battles of Acre and Arsuf. At Acre, after a brutal siege, the city fell to the Crusaders. At Arsuf, Richard defeated Saladin's forces in open battle, showing tactical genius and personal courage. Yet Richard's ambition often caused friction with his allies. He quarreled bitterly with Philip II of France, who returned home early, leaving Richard with fewer resources. Disputes over leadership and spoils weakened the Christian forces. Despite his victories, Richard never achieved his ultimate goal. He never recaptured Jerusalem. After long negotiations with Saladin, a truce was reached in 1192. Christian pilgrims would be allowed to visit the Holy City, but it would remain under Muslim control. Richard's return to England was as dramatic as his campaigns. Shipwrecked off the coast of Europe, he was captured by Duke Leopold of Austria, a former enemy from the Crusades. Richard spent months imprisoned in Germany, while his mother, Eleanor, worked tirelessly to raise a massive ransom for his release. The people of England were heavily taxed once again to free their absent king. Richard finally returned to his kingdom in 1194, but he spent little time in England itself. Most of his remaining years were spent fighting to defend his lands in France. England, the land he ruled by blood and crown, was for Richard mostly a source of resources, not a home. Richard died on April 6, 1199, after being wounded by a crossbow bolt during a minor siege at Chalus in France. His death came not on a grand battlefield, but in a small and obscure conflict, a sharp contrast to the heroic image he had built throughout his life. Despite spending only a few months in England during his 10-year reign, Richard the Lionheart became a legend. His courage, his victories, and his larger-than-life personality captured the imagination of generations. In later centuries, poets and writers turned him into a symbol of noble kingship, a warrior king who fought not for riches, but for a higher cause. But the truth is more complicated. Richard's focus on foreign wars drained England's wealth. His absence left the country vulnerable to political unrest. His rule showed that even a king of great strength could leave deep problems behind. The legacy of Richard the Lionheart reminds us that greatness in battle does not always mean greatness in governance. A king can be loved for his sword, but it is the land he leaves behind that tells the true story of his reign. King John and the Magna Carta, 1215. When Richard the Lionheart died in 1999, the English crown passed to his younger brother, John. History has judged John harshly, and not without reason. His reign would end in rebellion, humiliation, and a document that would change not just England, but the very idea of government forever. John was born in 1166, the youngest son of Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitaine. Nicknamed John Lackland because he was not expected to inherit significant lands, he grew up in the shadow of more famous brothers. Yet through accidents of death and conflict, the crown eventually fell to him. John inherited more than a throne. He inherited an empire, territories across England, and large parts of France. But he lacked the strength, the charm, and the loyalty that his predecessors had commanded. His early reign was marked by suspicion, betrayal, and costly mistakes. In 1204, John suffered a major blow when he lost Normandy to King Philip II of France. It was a disaster that shook the foundations of English royal power. Losing Normandy not only weakened England's influence on the continent, it drained money from John's treasury and made many of his nobles question his ability to rule. To recover his lost lands and finance his wars, John turned to harsh taxation. He demanded more and more from his barons, merchants, and even the church. He fined nobles heavily for inheritance rights. He charged sheriffs and officials for their appointments. Every aspect of English life became a source of revenue for the crown. John's greed alienated his subjects, but it was his conflict with the church that pushed tensions even higher. When the Archbishop of Canterbury died, John clashed with Pope Innocent III over the appointment of a successor. In 1208, the Pope placed England under interdict, suspending religious services across the kingdom. In 1209, John himself was excommunicated. For years, churches stood silent, Sacraments were denied, and fear spread among the people. In 1213, facing threats of invasion from France and internal revolt, John finally submitted to the Pope, offering England as a fief to Rome and agreeing to pay a yearly tribute. This humiliating surrender angered the English barons even more. By 1215, the barons had reached their limit. They rose in open rebellion. Their forces captured London, forcing John to the negotiating table. On June 15, 1215, at a meadow called Runnymede by the River Thames, John was compelled to seal a document known as Magna Carta, the Great Charter. Magna Carta was not about grand ideas of democracy or freedom, at least not at first. It was a practical agreement, a set of demands from the barons to curb the king's abuses. It guaranteed certain rights to the nobles, limited the king's ability to impose taxes without consent, and established that even the monarch was subject to the law. One of its most important clauses declared that no free man could be imprisoned or punished without the judgment of his peers or the rule of law, an early seed of what would later grow into the right to a fair trial. John agreed to Magna Carta, but he had no intention of keeping its promises. Almost as soon as the ink was dry, he sought to overturn it. He appealed to the Pope, who declared the charter invalid. War broke out once again between the king and his barons. John's final years were marked by defeat and despair. He lost crucial battles, saw his power slip further, and faced an invasion by Prince Louis of France, whom some English barons invited to take the crown. In October 1216, John died of dysentery while campaigning in eastern England. He left behind a kingdom in chaos. But he also left behind a charter that would outlive him. Though Magna Carta was reissued and modified many times over the following centuries, its basic ideas survived: that the king was not above the law, that rulers must respect certain rights, and that government must be limited by principles greater than the ambitions of any one man. John's reign was a failure in almost every traditional sense, but in his failure, something extraordinary was born. Magna Carta became a cornerstone for future generations who would fight for liberty, for justice, and for the belief that power must answer to the people. In the end, King John gave England a gift he never intended, a promise that no king, however powerful, could rule without limits. Edward I and the conquest of Wales and Scotland. Edward I came to the throne in 1272. His reign would be one of ambition, reform, and ruthless expansion. He was determined to strengthen the English crown and to impose his rule over all the lands around him. England under Edward would not just defend its borders, it would stretch them by force. Edward was born in 1239, the eldest son of King Henry III. He had seen firsthand the dangers of weak kingship during his father's long, troubled reign. Civil wars, baronial rebellions, and foreign threats had shaken the kingdom. Edward learned early that a king must be feared as well as respected. When Edward became king, he moved quickly to reform English law. He introduced a series of legal reforms known as the Statutes. These laws helped to standardize the way justice was done across the country, strengthening royal authority over local lords. His changes to land law and property rights reshaped how power worked in medieval England. But Edward's ambitions went beyond England itself. His first major campaign was against Wales. The Welsh princes, proud and fiercely independent, had long resisted English rule. Llewellyn ap Gruffudd, known as Llewellyn the Last, was the most powerful of them. Edward saw him not as an equal, but as a rebel who needed to be brought under English control. Tensions exploded into war in 1277. Edward invaded with overwhelming force. Llewellyn was forced to submit and accept limited control over parts of Wales. But peace did not last. In 1282, new revolts broke out. This time, Edward responded with even greater brutality. Llewellyn was killed in battle, and Edward moved to crush all resistance. He built a chain of massive stone castles at Carnarvon, Conway, Harlech, and others to hold the land. These castles were not just military fortresses. They were symbols of English dominance, planted deep into Welsh soil. In 1284, Edward passed the Statute of Rhuddlan, formally annexing Wales into the English crown. Wales lost its independence. English law was imposed, and English officials governed the land. Edward even gave his son the title Prince of Wales, a tradition that continues with the heirs to the English throne today. Edward's success in Wales emboldened him to turn north to Scotland. There, the situation was different and more dangerous. When the Scottish king, Alexander III, died in 1286, and then his heir Margaret, the Maid of Norway, died in 1290, Scotland fell into crisis. Multiple claimants fought for the throne. The Scots asked Edward to help settle the dispute. Edward agreed, but under conditions that would suit his own ambitions. In 1292, Edward chose John Balliol as King of Scotland, but demanded that Balliol recognize him as overlord. At first, Balliol submitted, but Scottish resentment grew quickly. By 1295, Scotland allied with France against England, a partnership that would shape centuries of conflict. In response, Edward invaded Scotland in 1296. He defeated Balliol, stripped him of his title, and declared himself the ruler of Scotland. The English forces captured the Stone of Scone, the ancient symbol of Scottish kingship, and carried it back to Westminster Abbey. But Edward's conquest was far from complete. Resistance grew under new leaders like William Wallace, whose story would one day become legend. Edward spent the last years of his life locked in war with the Scots. Though he achieved great victories, full control of Scotland slipped from his grasp. Edward I died in 1307 while marching north once again, determined to finish the conquest he had started. His final wish was for his bones to be carried into battle until Scotland was subdued, a symbol of his relentless spirit. Edward's reign left deep marks on Britain. His legal reforms strengthened the English monarchy. His conquest of Wales permanently changed the map. His wars in Scotland ignited a struggle for independence that would last for centuries. To some, Edward was a lawgiver and a builder of empire. To others, he was a conqueror who ruled by iron and fire. He showed that kingship was not just about defending a crown. It was about reshaping the world around it, no matter the cost. The 100 Years' War, the Black Death, and social change. In 1337, England and France began a conflict that would drag on for more than a century. It was not a single, endless war, but a series of battles, truces, betrayals, and renewals of violence. This was the 100 Years' War, a struggle that would reshape both nations and the future of Europe. The roots of the war were tangled in claims to power. When the French King Charles IV died without a direct male heir in 1328, Edward III of England believed he had a right to the French crown through his mother, Isabella, sister of Charles IV. The French, however, chose Philip VI, a cousin, to be their king. Edward refused to accept this. Tensions grew. In 1337, Edward formally claimed the title King of France, and the fighting began. The early phases of the war favored the English. Edward III's forces won major victories, such as at Crécy in 1346. There, English longbowmen, armed with a simple but deadly weapon, devastated the French knights. It was a turning point in medieval warfare, proving that disciplined infantry could defeat armored cavalry. In 1347, after a long siege, the English captured Calais, a foothold they would hold for over 2 centuries. Edward's son, known as the Black Prince, carried on the English cause, winning another great victory at Poitiers in 1356. There, the French King John II was captured and taken to England, held for ransom like a prized trophy. But even as England gained on the battlefield, trouble loomed at home. In 1348, the Black Death arrived on English shores. It swept across the country with terrifying speed, killing an estimated 1/3 to 1/2 of the population within just a few years. Towns and villages were devastated. Entire communities vanished. Families were torn apart. In some areas, fields went untilled and markets fell silent. The social and economic effects were immediate and brutal. The old structures of medieval society began to crack. With so many dead, labor became scarce. Survivors found they could demand higher wages and better conditions. For the first time in centuries, peasants had leverage against the landowners. Laws like the Statute of Laborers in 1351 tried to freeze wages and tie workers to the land, but they could not stop the tide of change. The Black Death weakened the rigid feudal system. The idea that people were forever tied to their social rank began to erode. Towns grew in importance. New opportunities for trade and craft opened up. A new middle class slowly started to emerge. Meanwhile, the 100 Years' War raged on. The Treaty of Brythonic in 1360 gave England control over large parts of southwestern France. But peace was short-lived. Battles flared again. Power shifted back and forth. In the later stages of the war, fortunes turned against England. Internal conflicts, heavy taxation, and growing unrest weakened the crown's position. Famous events like the Peasants' Revolt of 1381 reflected the new tensions within English society. The peasants demanded an end to serfdom, fair wages, and justice. Though the revolt was crushed, it showed that the people were no longer willing to accept the old order without question. The final phase of the 100 Years' War saw the rise of new heroes and new disasters. Henry V's famous victory at Agincourt in 1415 restored English pride for a time. But the death of Henry V in 1422 and the slow resurgence of French strength, led by figures like Joan of Arc, turned the tide. By 1453, the English had lost almost all their French territories, except for Calais. The 100 Years' War came to an end, not with a single battle or treaty, but with exhaustion. The war had drained England of money, men, and morale. The dream of an English empire in France was dead, but something new had begun at home. The old feudal bonds were weaker. New ideas about rights, class, and governance were stirring. The 100 Years' War and the Black Death did not just change who ruled which lands. They changed how people thought about society, power, and their place in the world. A new England was slowly, painfully being born. An England where kings would no longer rule without question, and where the common man would find his voice in ways that had once been unimaginable. The Wars of the Roses, York versus Lancaster, and the rise of the Tudors. By the mid-15th century, England stood at the edge of chaos. Decades of costly wars abroad, economic strain, and weak royal leadership had left the kingdom divided and unstable. Into this broken world stepped two powerful families, both claiming the right to rule: the House of Lancaster and the House of York. The Wars of the Roses, named for the White Rose of York and the Red Rose of Lancaster, were a series of brutal battles fought between 1455 and 1487. They were not continuous. Years of uneasy peace separated fierce outbreaks of civil war. But through it all, England was gripped by violence, betrayal, and shifting alliances. The conflict began under the troubled rule of King Henry VI, a Lancastrian. Henry was a gentle and deeply religious man, but he lacked the strength to govern effectively. His periods of mental illness left a power vacuum that ambitious nobles rushed to fill. Richard, Duke of York, saw an opportunity. He believed that his family's bloodline gave him a stronger claim to the throne than Henry. Tensions exploded at the First Battle of St. Albans in 1455. Richard's forces defeated the Lancastrians, beginning a conflict that would tear England apart for a generation. For the next decades, the crown changed hands multiple times. Yorkist and Lancastrian leaders rose and fell with dizzying speed. King Henry VI was captured, released, and captured again. Richard, Duke of York, was killed in 1460, but his son Edward carried on the fight. Edward IV, Richard's son, seized the throne in 1461 after a decisive Yorkist victory at the Battle of Towton, one of the bloodiest battles ever fought on English soil. He ruled with strength and ambition, but even his reign was marked by further betrayal and rebellion. After Edward IV's death in 1483, his young son Edward V briefly became king. But he would never be crowned. Edward's uncle, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, seized the throne for himself, becoming Richard III. The fate of Edward V and his brother, known as the Princes in the Tower, remains one of England's greatest mysteries. Most historians believe they were murdered to secure Richard's claim. Richard III ruled only briefly. Opposition to his reign grew quickly, gathering around a new figure, Henry Tudor. Henry Tudor was a distant Lancastrian claimant, but he had a clear message. He promised unity after years of bloodshed. In 1485, Henry landed in Wales and marched inland. His forces met Richard III's army at the Battle of Bosworth Field. On August 22, 1485, the two armies clashed. In the heat of battle, Richard III fought bravely but was overwhelmed. He died on the battlefield, the last English king to die in combat. His crown was found on the field and placed on Henry Tudor's head. Henry VII, as he became known, founded the Tudor dynasty. To heal the divisions of war, he married Elizabeth of York, the daughter of Edward IV. This marriage symbolically united the red rose of Lancaster with the white rose of York, creating the Tudor rose, a new emblem for a new age. The Wars of the Roses ended not just a series of battles, but an era of medieval kingship. Power would now be centralized more firmly in the hands of the monarchy. Nobles who had once challenged kings with private armies were weakened or eliminated. The chaos of the wars taught future rulers that a strong, unchallenged crown was essential for peace. The rise of the Tudors marked the beginning of a new chapter in England's history, one of renewal, reformation, and eventually empire. But the scars left by the Wars of the Roses would never fully fade. They served as a reminder that ambition, if left unchecked, could tear even the strongest nations apart. Tudor Britain, 1485 to 1603. Henry VII, Henry VIII, and the English Reformation. The bloodshed of the Wars of the Roses ended with a single crown. In 1485, Henry Tudor defeated Richard III at the Battle of Bosworth Field and became King Henry VII. He claimed the throne through victory, but to keep it, he needed more than just a battlefield win. He needed stability. England was tired of civil war. The power of the nobility had grown dangerous. Kings had been made and unmade by private armies. Henry VII knew he had to break that pattern. He ruled with care, caution, and calculation. He married Elizabeth of York, uniting the houses of Lancaster and York and creating the Tudor dynasty. Their marriage symbolized peace, but Henry did not rely on symbolism alone. He rebuilt the crown's finances, increased control over the nobility, and used law to weaken his rivals. Henry VII also avoided costly foreign wars. Instead, he made strategic marriages and alliances. He married his son Arthur to Catherine of Aragon, the daughter of Spain's powerful rulers, Ferdinand and Isabella. This alliance with Spain strengthened England's position in Europe. When Henry VII died in 1509, he left behind a secure throne and a full treasury, a rare gift for any monarch. His son, Henry VIII, inherited a kingdom that was rich, stable, and ready for ambition. Henry VIII would become one of the most famous kings in English history. He ruled from 1509 to 1547. At first, he was seen as the perfect Renaissance king, intelligent, athletic, charming, and devoted to Catholicism. But his reign would tear England away from the Catholic Church and change the country forever. The crisis began with Henry's marriage. After Prince Arthur died young, Henry married his brother's widow, Catherine of Aragon. Their union was approved by the Pope and lasted for over 20 years. But by the late 1520s, Henry had no male heir. He believed England needed a strong male successor to avoid another civil war. Catherine gave birth to a daughter, Mary, but no surviving sons. Henry blamed the marriage. He convinced himself that it was cursed because Catherine had been married to his brother. He wanted the Pope to annul the marriage so he could marry Anne Boleyn, a young noblewoman from his court. The Pope refused. Henry was furious. He rejected the Pope's authority and declared himself the supreme head of the Church of England. In 1533, he secretly married Anne Boleyn. The Pope excommunicated him, and the English Reformation began. This break with Rome was not just a religious dispute. It gave Henry the chance to seize enormous wealth. Between 1536 and 1541, he ordered the dissolution of the monasteries. Hundreds of monasteries, abbeys, and convents were closed. Their land and treasures were taken by the crown or sold to Henry's supporters. The monasteries had provided education, healthcare, and support for the poor. Their destruction caused major social upheaval. Many rural communities were left without help. The church's influence was replaced with royal power. For the first time in history, the English king controlled both the state and the church. Henry VIII's personal life was as dramatic as his politics. He married 6 times in his search for a male heir. His marriages reflected the pressures of dynasty, religion, and ambition. His first wife, Catherine of Aragon, was divorced after more than 2 decades of marriage. His second wife, Anne Boleyn, gave birth to Elizabeth, but failed to produce a son. She was accused of adultery and executed in 1536. His third wife, Jane Seymour, gave him his long-awaited son, Edward, but died shortly after childbirth. His fourth marriage, to Anne of Cleves, was annulled within months. His fifth wife, Catherine Howard, was also executed. His sixth and final wife, Catherine Parr, outlived him. Through it all, Henry became increasingly ruthless and suspicious. Political enemies were jailed or executed. Dissent was not tolerated. But his rule reshaped England forever. He left behind a smaller, but more centralized church. He left a crown more powerful than it had ever been. And he left 3 children, Edward, Mary, and Elizabeth, who would each inherit not just a throne, but a kingdom transformed. The Tudor dynasty had begun in blood and strategy. Now, it stood at the center of a nation that was breaking away from its past and stepping into the modern age. Edward VI and Mary I, a kingdom divided. When Henry VIII died in 1547, his dream of a powerful Tudor dynasty passed to his 9-year-old son, Edward VI. England was now ruled by a boy king. But real power lay in the hands of his advisors, men who would shape the next crucial years of England's history. Edward was young, but he had been raised to believe in the Protestant faith. His advisors, especially Edward Seymour, Duke of Somerset, and later John Dudley, Duke of Northumberland, pushed hard to transform England into a fully Protestant nation. Under Edward's reign, the English church moved further away from its Catholic roots. Latin services were replaced with prayers in English. In 1549, the first Book of Common Prayer was published, setting out a new form of worship. Religious images were removed from churches. Traditional practices like the veneration of saints were condemned. These changes caused deep divisions. In many areas, especially in the countryside, people resisted the new ways. In 1549, rebellions like the Prayer Book Rebellion in the West Country showed that many still clung to the old faith. Edward VI's reign was also marked by economic hardship. Inflation rose, harvests failed, and poverty increased. Social unrest grew, but Edward himself, though often sick, was committed to Protestant reforms until his final days. By 1553, Edward knew he was dying. Only 16 years old, he feared that if his Catholic half-sister Mary succeeded him, all his reforms would be undone. In a desperate attempt to secure the Protestant cause, Edward named Lady Jane Grey, his Protestant cousin, as his heir. Lady Jane was proclaimed queen after Edward's death on July 6, 1553, but her reign lasted just 9 days. The English people, despite religious differences, saw Mary as the rightful heir. Mary raised an army, marched on London, and took the throne with overwhelming support. Mary I, the daughter of Henry VIII and Catherine of Aragon, ruled from 1553 to 1558. She was England's first queen regnant, a woman ruling in her own right, but her reign would soon earn her a chilling nickname, Bloody Mary. Mary was a devout Catholic. She believed it was her sacred duty to return England to the true faith. She repealed Edward's Protestant reforms. She restored papal authority. She revived old heresy laws that allowed for the execution of those who rejected Catholic doctrine. Between 1555 and 1558, around 280 Protestants were burned at the stake. These executions shocked the nation. Even those who might have supported Mary's religious goals recoiled at the brutality. The most famous martyrs, such as Thomas Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury, became symbols of Protestant resistance. Mary's marriage to Philip II of Spain in 1554 deepened her unpopularity. Many feared that England would become a puppet of Spanish power. When Philip involved England in a war against France, disaster followed. In 1558, England lost Calais, its last possession on the European mainland. It was a bitter humiliation. Mary's reign was short and troubled. She faced constant health problems and suffered multiple false pregnancies, which dashed hopes for a Catholic heir. Without a child, her efforts to restore Catholicism would not last beyond her own life. Mary died on November 17, 1558. She was only 42 years old. She left behind a kingdom divided by faith and wounded by fear. Yet her reign proved a turning point. It taught England that forcing religion by fire would only harden opposition. In her final moments, Mary named her Protestant half-sister, Elizabeth, as her successor, a choice that would change the course of English history once again. The rule of Edward VI and Mary I showed two competing dreams for England: one Protestant, one Catholic. Both young and fragile rulers, they pushed the nation toward opposite extremes. The fires they lit would not burn out easily. Instead, they would shape the battles and beliefs of England for generations to come. Elizabeth I and the Golden Age: defiance, discovery, and drama. When Elizabeth I became queen in 1558, England was a country exhausted by division. Religious conflict, foreign wars, and political fear had left deep scars. Elizabeth faced a kingdom hungry for peace, but suspicious of change. She would reign for 45 years and leave behind a nation stronger, prouder, and more united than it had been for centuries. Elizabeth was the daughter of Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn. She was declared illegitimate as a child, but survived the dangers of her brother Edward's short reign and her sister Mary's bloody rule. By 25 years old, Elizabeth was queen, clever, cautious, and determined. She understood the dangers of her position. England was isolated in Europe, a Protestant island surrounded by Catholic powers. Elizabeth moved carefully. She created a religious settlement that allowed for moderate Protestantism while keeping many traditional practices. It was a middle way, designed to heal divisions without surrendering royal authority. Elizabeth never married. Her refusal to take a husband, despite pressure from all sides, became part of her legend. She used marriage offers as diplomatic tools, but made clear that her true loyalty was to her country. She called herself married to her people, a bold claim that captured the imagination of the age. One of the greatest threats to Elizabeth's rule came from Spain, the most powerful empire in the world. Philip II of Spain, who had been married to Elizabeth's sister Mary, viewed England's Protestant queen as a heretic and an enemy. Religious tensions, political rivalries, and piracy on the high seas pushed the two nations toward war. In 1588, Philip launched the Spanish Armada, a massive fleet of warships intended to invade England, depose Elizabeth, and restore Catholic rule. It was one of the largest naval forces ever assembled. England, outnumbered and outgunned, faced a desperate battle for survival. But the English fleet, led by commanders like Sir Francis Drake and Lord Howard of Effingham, used speed, fire ships, and clever tactics to break the Armada's formation. Storms, known as the Protestant Wind, battered the Spanish fleet. Scattered and defeated, less than half of the Armada made it home. The victory over the Spanish Armada was a turning point. It secured England's independence from Catholic Europe. It gave Elizabeth immense prestige, and it fueled a new sense of national pride. The idea that a small, determined country could defy the greatest powers in the world. But the Elizabethan age was not just about battles. It was also a time of extraordinary creativity, a golden age of culture that would leave a legacy far greater than any army. At the heart of this cultural flowering stood one name above all: William Shakespeare. Born in 1564, Shakespeare's life spanned much of Elizabeth's reign. His plays captured the spirit of the time, the hope, the ambition, the danger. In works like Hamlet, Macbeth, Romeo and Juliet, and A Midsummer Night's Dream, Shakespeare explored the human soul with a depth never before seen on the English stage. His plays were performed at places like the Globe Theatre in London, bringing together audiences from all walks of life. Nobles and commoners alike gathered to hear stories of love, power, betrayal, and destiny. Shakespeare's genius turned the English language itself into a tool of beauty and power. He invented words, coined phrases, and created characters so vivid that they remain alive centuries later. The Elizabethan Renaissance was not limited to literature. Exploration thrived too. Sailors like Sir Walter Raleigh and Sir Francis Drake set out across the oceans, claiming new territories and challenging Spanish dominance overseas. England, once a small and isolated island, was beginning to think of itself as a global power. Elizabeth's government also encouraged learning, trade, and the arts. Universities grew. Music, painting, and architecture flourished. A new confidence spread through society, the belief that England's future could be as bright as its dreams. Elizabeth's reign was not without problems. Religious plots against her life continued. Ireland remained a thorny and often bloody issue. Economic hardship hit the poor. But through it all, Elizabeth's leadership held the kingdom together. She ruled with a combination of charm, strength, intelligence, and relentless political skill. When Elizabeth died in 1603, she left behind more than an empty throne. She left behind a new English identity, proud, creative, ambitious, and aware of its place in the world. She had turned crisis into triumph. Under her, England had not just survived. It had become a nation ready to shape the future. The golden age of Elizabeth III was a time when defiance, discovery, and drama all came together, forging a legacy that would echo across centuries. The Stuarts and Civil War, 1603 to 1714, Union of the Crowns, and the reign of James VI and I. When Elizabeth I died in 1603, she left behind a throne without an heir of her own blood. She had never married, and without children, the Tudor line ended with her. The future of England now lay with a distant relative, James VI of Scotland. James was the son of Mary, Queen of Scots, and the great-great-grandson of Henry VII. He had ruled Scotland since he was a baby, placed on the Scottish throne at just 1 year old after the forced abdication of his mother. James was well-educated, deeply religious, and determined to strengthen royal authority. In 1603, James traveled south to take up the English crown, becoming James I of England while remaining James VI of Scotland. This moment was called the Union of the Crowns. It was not a formal political union of the two countries, but it placed England and Scotland under the rule of a single monarch for the first time. James now ruled over two different kingdoms, each with its own laws, parliament, and traditions. He dreamed of a full union, one country with one government. He even wanted to be called King of Great Britain. But English and Scottish politicians resisted. Neither side was ready to surrender its identity so easily. Still, the symbolic importance of the Union of the Crowns was huge. For the first time, the British Isles were joined under one king. A new sense of shared destiny began to take shape. Though it would take centuries to fully realize, James believed deeply in the divine right of kings. the idea that monarchs were chosen by God and were answerable only to him. This belief made him suspicious of Parliament, which had grown stronger under the Tudors. James often clashed with MPs over money, religion, and royal power. One of James's greatest achievements was the commissioning of the King James Bible, completed in 1611. This English translation of the Bible became one of the most important and lasting works of literature in the English-speaking world. It shaped not just religion, but language, culture, and thought for generations. But James's reign was not without threats. In 1605, a group of Catholic conspirators, furious over James's failure to grant them greater freedoms, planned to blow up the Houses of Parliament during its opening session. The Gunpowder Plot, led by Robert Catesby and made infamous by the capture of Guy Fawkes, was a chilling reminder that religious divisions still burned beneath the surface of English society. The plot was discovered just in time. Fawkes was found guarding barrels of gunpowder in the cellars beneath Parliament. The conspirators were hunted down, tortured, and executed. November 5th became a national day of Thanksgiving, and to this day, fireworks and bonfires across Britain mark the failure of the Gunpowder Plot. James worked hard to keep peace with Europe. Unlike the Tudors before him, he avoided major wars. He believed that diplomacy, not endless fighting, would secure his legacy. However, tensions with Parliament over money and royal authority remained unresolved. Seeds of future conflict were quietly taking root. James died in 1625, leaving the throne to his son, Charles I. He had ruled longer than any English monarch before him. His dream of full union between England and Scotland had not come true. His belief in divine right had built new tensions. But he had united two crowns, avoided disastrous wars, and given England a Bible that would endure for centuries. The reign of James VI and I was a time of transition, a bridge between the fierce ambitions of the Tudors and the coming storm of rebellion. His rule showed that even kings who spoke of peace could sow the causes of future wars. His vision of a united Britain had begun. But whether unity would come through compromise or conquest remained an open question. Charles I and the road to civil war. When Charles I took the throne in 1625, he inherited more than a crown. He inherited deep tensions between the monarchy and Parliament, tensions that his father James had left unresolved. Charles would soon discover that in a changing England, royal power could no longer be absolute. Charles was a quiet, stubborn man. He believed completely in the divine right of kings, the idea that monarchs ruled by God's will and owed no explanation to Parliament or the people. This belief shaped every part of his reign and led him step by step toward disaster. From the beginning, Charles faced financial problems. Wars against Spain and France drained the treasury. Parliament, which controlled the kingdom's taxes, expected a greater say in how money was spent. Charles saw this as an attack on his authority. When Parliament refused to give him the funds he demanded, he dissolved it. In 1628, desperate for money, Charles was forced to recall Parliament. The members presented him with the Petition of Right, a document demanding that the king could not raise taxes without Parliament's consent, could not imprison people without cause, and could not impose martial law in peacetime. Charles reluctantly agreed to the petition, but soon broke his promises. He found new ways to raise money without Parliament's approval, through unpopular taxes like ship money, originally meant for coastal defense but now charged across the country even in times of peace. Feeling stronger, Charles decided to rule without Parliament altogether. From 1629 to 1640, he governed alone in what became known as the personal rule. His policies caused deep anger. His heavy-handed methods, his expansion of royal courts like the Star Chamber, and his aggressive collection of taxes made him enemies at every level of society. Religion became another source of conflict. Charles, together with his Archbishop of Canterbury, William Laud, tried to impose a more ceremonial form of worship across England and Scotland. Many Protestants, especially Puritans, saw this as a return to Catholic practices. When Charles attempted to enforce a new prayer book in Scotland in 1637, the Scots rebelled. Armed resistance broke out, beginning the Bishops' Wars. Charles was humiliated. He lacked the money and the army to fight effectively. With no choice, Charles recalled Parliament in 1640, hoping for funds. But Parliament, now known as the Long Parliament, was in no mood to forgive. It quickly moved to limit the king's power even further. Charles, feeling cornered, tried to arrest 5 members of Parliament in January 1642 by storming into the House of Commons. This act shocked the nation. It was seen as a direct attack on Parliament's independence. Trust between king and Parliament shattered completely. By mid-1642, both sides were preparing for war. Charles raised his standard at Nottingham on August 22nd, calling loyalists to his side. England was now a country divided. Royalists, known as Cavaliers, stood with the king. Parliamentarians, known as Roundheads, stood for Parliament and reform. The road to civil war had been long, but it had become unavoidable. Charles believed in the sacred right of kings. Parliament believed in the rights of the nation. Neither side was willing to back down. The coming conflict would tear families, towns, and kingdoms apart. It would decide not only who ruled England, but what kind of country England would become. The English Civil War, Cavaliers versus Roundheads. In 1642, England broke apart. Years of mistrust between King Charles I and Parliament had exploded into open conflict. The country now faced a civil war that would not just decide who ruled, but would also redefine what it meant to govern. This was not a foreign invasion. It was Englishmen against Englishmen. Families divided, towns split, and the future of the kingdom thrown into uncertainty. On one side stood the royalists, known as Cavaliers. They supported Charles I's claim to rule by divine right. Many Cavaliers came from the traditional nobility, and they believed in maintaining the old order: monarchy, church, and hierarchy. On the other side were the parliamentarians, called Roundheads, named after the short-cropped hair of their soldiers. The Roundheads wanted Parliament to have greater control over taxation, laws, and national decisions. They fought not for anarchy, but for a different balance of power, one that placed limits on the king's authority. At first, both sides believed victory would come quickly. Charles raised his royal standard at Nottingham in August 1642, signaling the beginning of hostilities. Early battles, like the Battle of Edgehill in October 1642, showed how evenly matched the two sides were. Neither achieved a clear victory. It became obvious that this would not be a short or simple war. The Cavaliers had strong cavalry units, skilled horsemen loyal to their king. They often won early encounters with daring charges. But the parliamentarians had strengths of their own: better access to resources, stronger control of London, and eventually more disciplined forces. The war evolved from scattered battles to a brutal nationwide conflict. Cities like Oxford became royalist strongholds, while London remained firmly in Parliament's hands. In 1643, the conflict spread and deepened. Parliament forged an alliance with Scottish Covenanters, strict Presbyterians, who agreed to send troops in exchange for a promise to reform the English Church along Presbyterian lines. The war shifted again, becoming part of a broader religious struggle as well as a political one. It was not just about kings and parliaments anymore. It was about how every Englishman would worship and live. Meanwhile, leadership changed the tide. A rising figure within the parliamentarian cause was Oliver Cromwell, a lesser-known member of Parliament from Huntingdon. Cromwell saw that victory needed more than enthusiasm. It needed discipline. He helped create the New Model Army in 1645, a professional fighting force based on merit rather than birthright. Soldiers were trained, equipped, and paid regularly. Promotion was earned by ability, not social status. It was a revolutionary idea for its time. The New Model Army proved devastating. At the Battle of Naseby in June 1645, Parliament's forces crushed the royalists. Charles's armies, already stretched thin and poorly supplied, could not recover. In 1646, Charles surrendered to Scottish forces rather than to Parliament, hoping for better terms. But his hopes were in vain. The Scots eventually handed him over to the English Parliament in 1647. Even in defeat, Charles remained defiant. He negotiated secretly, playing Parliament, the Scots, and the army against each other, trying to regain power. His double-dealing reignited conflict. In 1648, the Second Civil War broke out. But this time, Parliament's forces were too strong and too experienced. The king's supporters were defeated again, faster and more brutally than before. By the end of 1648, England faced a question never asked before. What should be done with a king who refused to compromise, who had spilled the blood of his own people to maintain his throne? Some still believed in monarchy. Others, especially within the army, believed that Charles must be held accountable, even if that meant breaking centuries of tradition. The English Civil War was more than a military conflict. It was a battle of ideas over kingship, freedom, law, and authority. It exposed the deep fractures within English society. It showed that loyalty to a crown could no longer silence the demands for rights and representation. And it prepared England for one of the most shocking events in its history: the trial and execution of a sitting monarch. The execution of Charles III, the death of divine right. By the end of 1648, Charles I was no longer a king in power. He was a prisoner of Parliament and a symbol of a broken nation. After years of war, betrayal, and defiance, Parliament faced a decision without precedent. Never before had an English king been judged by his own subjects. Some members of Parliament hesitated. They still believed that kings were sacred, placed above ordinary judgment by divine will. But others, especially the army leaders, believed that Charles must be tried for the blood he had spilled and the chaos he had caused. They argued that a king who betrayed his people was no king at all. In December 1648, a forceful act known as Pride's Purge changed everything. Colonel Thomas Pride, acting on behalf of the army, physically barred moderate MPs from entering Parliament. Only a rump parliament, loyal to the army's cause, remained. This body moved forward with a radical step: to put the king on trial for treason against England. The trial of Charles I began in January 1649. The court was established by an act of Parliament, but many judges refused to take part. Even among the revolutionaries, the idea of judging a king was terrifying. Still, the trial proceeded at Westminster Hall. Charles, dignified but unyielding, refused to recognize the authority of the court. He would not plead guilty or innocent. To him, a king could not be tried by anyone. His silence was taken as defiance. The charges against Charles were clear. He had waged war against his own people. He had betrayed the trust placed in him by the nation. He had caused the deaths of thousands in pursuit of absolute power. After days of proceedings, the court found Charles guilty. His sentence was death. The announcement sent shockwaves across England and Europe. Many could not believe it. Kings had been killed in battle, murdered in private plots, but never formally executed by a public court. Charles spent his final days in prayer, reflection, and preparing himself for death. He wrote letters to his children, urging them to forgive his enemies and to trust in God. On the morning of January 30th, 1649, Charles was led from his prison at St. James's Palace to the scaffold outside the banqueting house in Whitehall. A low wooden platform had been erected, draped in black. Charles wore 2 shirts so that he would not shiver in the cold and appear afraid. Before the gathered crowd, he declared that he died the martyr of the people and that he was the rightful king. His words were calm, his composure unshaken. The executioner, whose identity remains uncertain, wore a mask to hide his face. With a single blow of the axe, Charles's head was severed from his body. A deep groan rose from the crowd. Some dipped handkerchiefs in his blood, believing it carried sacred power. Others turned away in horror. At that moment, the monarchy in England ended, not with abdication, not with quiet exile, but with public execution. Charles's death was more than the end of a reign. It was the death of the old belief in divine right. It showed that kings were not untouchable. It proved that even a monarch could be held accountable to the people, or at least to those with the power to claim they spoke for them. The execution shocked Europe. Monarchs across the continent looked with fear at what had happened in London. If the English could kill their king, what could happen elsewhere? Yet for England, the moment was only the beginning of a new and dangerous experiment. One country with one government. He even wanted to be called King of Great Britain. But English and Scottish politicians resisted. Neither side was ready to surrender its identity so easily. Still, the symbolic importance of the union of the crowns was huge. For the first time, the British Isles were joined under one king. A new sense of shared destiny began to take shape, though it would take centuries to fully realize. James believed deeply in the divine right of kings, the idea that monarchs were chosen by God and were answerable only to him. This belief made him suspicious of Parliament, which had grown stronger under the Tudors. James often clashed with MPs over money, religion, and royal power. One of James's greatest achievements was the commissioning of the King James Bible, completed in 1611. This English translation of the Bible became one of the most important and lasting works of literature in the English-speaking world. It shaped not just religion, but language, culture, and thought for generations. But James's reign was not without threats. In 1605, a group of Catholic conspirators, furious over James's failure to grant them greater freedoms, planned to blow up the Houses of Parliament during its opening session. The Gunpowder Plot, led by Robert Catesby and made infamous by the capture of Guy Fawkes, was a chilling reminder that religious divisions still burned beneath the surface of English society. The plot was discovered just in time. Fawkes was found guarding barrels of gunpowder in the cellars beneath Parliament. The conspirators were hunted down, tortured, and executed. November 5th became a national day of Thanksgiving, and to this day, fireworks and bonfires across Britain mark the failure of the Gunpowder Plot. James worked hard to keep peace with Europe. Unlike the Tudors before him, he avoided major wars. He believed that diplomacy, not endless fighting, would secure his legacy. However, tensions with Parliament over money and royal authority remained unresolved. Seeds of future conflict were quietly taking root. James died in 1625, leaving the throne to his son, Charles I. He had ruled longer than any English monarch before him. His dream of full union between England and Scotland had not come true. His belief in divine right had built new tensions. But he had united two crowns, avoided disastrous wars, and given England a Bible that would endure for centuries. The reign of James VI and I was a time of transition, a bridge between the fierce ambitions of the Tudors and the coming storm of rebellion. His rule showed that even kings who spoke of peace could sow the causes of future wars. His vision of a united Britain had begun. But whether unity would come through compromise or conquest remained an open question. Charles I and the road to civil war. When Charles I took the throne in 1625, he inherited more than a crown. He inherited deep tensions between the monarchy and Parliament, tensions that his father James had left unresolved. Charles would soon discover that in a changing England, royal power could no longer be absolute. Charles was a quiet, stubborn man. He believed completely in the divine right of kings, the idea that monarchs ruled by God's will and owed no explanation to Parliament or the people. This belief shaped every part of his reign and led him step by step toward disaster. From the beginning, Charles faced financial problems. Wars against Spain and France drained the treasury. Parliament, which controlled the kingdom's taxes, expected a greater say in how money was spent. Charles saw this as an attack on his authority. When Parliament refused to give him the funds he demanded, he dissolved it. In 1628, desperate for money, Charles was forced to recall Parliament. The members presented him with the Petition of Right, a document demanding that the king could not raise taxes without Parliament's consent, could not imprison people without cause, and could not impose martial law in peacetime. Charles reluctantly agreed to the petition, but soon broke his promises. He found new ways to raise money without Parliament's approval. Through unpopular taxes, like ship money, originally meant for coastal defense but now charged across the country even in times of peace. Feeling stronger, Charles decided to rule without Parliament altogether. From 1629 to 1640, he governed alone in what became known as the personal rule. His policies caused deep anger. His heavy-handed methods, his expansion of royal courts like the Star Chamber, and his aggressive collection of taxes made him enemies at every level of society. Religion became another source of conflict. Charles, together with his Archbishop of Canterbury, William Laud, tried to impose a more ceremonial form of worship across England and Scotland. Many Protestants, especially Puritans, saw this as a return to Catholic practices. When Charles attempted to enforce a new prayer book in Scotland in 1637, the Scots rebelled. Armed resistance broke out, beginning the Bishops' Wars. Charles was humiliated. He lacked the money and the army to fight effectively. With no choice, Charles recalled Parliament in 1640, hoping for funds. But Parliament, now known as the Long Parliament, was in no mood to forgive. It quickly moved to limit the king's power even further. Charles, feeling cornered, tried to arrest 5 members of Parliament in January 1642 by storming into the House of Commons. This act shocked the nation. It was seen as a direct attack on Parliament's independence. Trust between king and Parliament shattered completely. By mid-1642, both sides were preparing for war. Charles raised his standard at Nottingham on August 22nd, calling loyalists to his side. England was now a country divided. Royalists, known as Cavaliers, stood with the king. Parliamentarians, known as Roundheads, stood for Parliament and reform. The road to civil war had been long, but it had become unavoidable. Charles believed in the sacred right of kings. Parliament believed in the rights of the nation. Neither side was willing to back down. The coming conflict would tear families, towns, and kingdoms apart. It would decide not only who ruled England, but what kind of country England would become. The English Civil War, Cavaliers versus Roundheads. In 1642, England broke apart. Years of mistrust between King Charles I and Parliament had exploded into open conflict. The country now faced a civil war that would not just decide who ruled, but would also redefine what it meant to govern. This was not a foreign invasion. It was Englishmen against Englishmen. Families divided, towns split, and the future of the kingdom thrown into uncertainty. On one side stood the royalists, known as Cavaliers. They supported Charles I's claim to rule by divine right. Many Cavaliers came from the traditional nobility, and they believed in maintaining the old order, monarchy, church, and hierarchy. On the other side were the parliamentarians, called Roundheads, named after the short-cropped hair of their soldiers. The Roundheads wanted Parliament to have greater control over taxation, laws, and national decisions. They fought not for anarchy, but for a different balance of power, one that placed limits on the king's authority. At first, both sides believed victory would come quickly. Charles raised his royal standard at Nottingham in August 1642, signaling the beginning of hostilities. Early battles, like the Battle of Edgehill in October 1642, showed how evenly matched the two sides were. Neither achieved a clear victory. It became obvious that this would not be a short or simple war. The Cavaliers had strong cavalry units, skilled horsemen loyal to their king. They often won early encounters with daring charges. But the parliamentarians had strengths of their own: better access to resources, stronger control of London, and eventually more disciplined forces. The war evolved from scattered battles to a brutal nationwide conflict. cities like Oxford became royalist strongholds, while London remained firmly in Parliament's hands. In 1643, the conflict spread and deepened. Parliament forged an alliance with Scottish Covenanters, strict Presbyterians, who agreed to send troops in exchange for a promise to reform the English Church along Presbyterian lines. The war shifted again, becoming part of a broader religious struggle as well as a political one. It was not just about kings and parliaments anymore. It was about how every Englishman would worship and live. Meanwhile, leadership changed the tide. A rising figure within the parliamentarian cause was Oliver Cromwell, a lesser-known member of Parliament from Huntingdon. Cromwell saw that victory needed more than enthusiasm. It needed discipline. He helped create the New Model Army in 1645, a professional fighting force based on merit rather than birthright. Soldiers were trained, equipped, and paid regularly. Promotion was earned by ability, not social status. It was a revolutionary idea for its time. The New Model Army proved devastating. At the Battle of Naseby in June 1645, Parliament's forces crushed the Royalists. Charles's armies, already stretched thin and poorly supplied, could not recover. In 1646, Charles surrendered to Scottish forces rather than to Parliament, hoping for better terms. But his hopes were in vain. The Scots eventually handed him over to the English Parliament in 1647. Even in defeat, Charles remained defiant. He negotiated secretly, playing Parliament, the Scots, and the army against each other, trying to regain power. His double-dealing reignited conflict. In 1648, the Second Civil War broke out. But this time, Parliament's forces were too strong and too experienced. The king's supporters were defeated again, faster and more brutally than before. By the end of 1648, England faced a question never asked before. What should be done with a king who refused to compromise, who had spilled the blood of his own people to maintain his throne? Some still believed in monarchy. Others, especially within the army, believed that Charles must be held accountable, even if that meant breaking centuries of tradition. The English Civil War was more than a military conflict. It was a battle of ideas over kingship, freedom, law, and authority. It exposed the deep fractures within English society. It showed that loyalty to a crown could no longer silence the demands for rights and representation. And it prepared England for one of the most shocking events in its history: the trial and execution of a sitting monarch. The execution of Charles the Thircer, the death of divine right. By the end of 1648, Charles I was no longer a king in power. He was a prisoner of Parliament and a symbol of a broken nation. After years of war, betrayal, and defiance, Parliament faced a decision without precedent. Never before had an English king been judged by his own subjects. Some members of Parliament hesitated. They still believed that kings were sacred, placed above ordinary judgment by divine will. But others, especially the army leaders, believed that Charles must be tried for the blood he had spilled and the chaos he had caused. They argued that a king who betrayed his people was no king at all. In December 1648, a forceful act known as Pride's Purge changed everything. Colonel Thomas Pride, acting on behalf of the army, physically barred moderate MPs from entering Parliament. Only a rump Parliament, loyal to the army's cause, remained. This body moved forward with a radical step: to put the king on trial for treason against England. The trial of Charles I began in January 1649. The court was established by an act of Parliament, but many judges refused to take part. Even among the revolutionaries, the idea of judging a king was terrifying. Still, the trial proceeded at Westminster Hall. Charles, dignified but unyielding, refused to recognize the authority of the court. He would not plead guilty or innocent. To him, a king could not be tried by anyone. His silence was taken as defiance. The charges against Charles were clear. He had waged war against his own people. He had betrayed the trust placed in him by the nation. He had caused the deaths of thousands in pursuit of absolute power. After days of proceedings, the court found Charles guilty. His sentence was death. The announcement sent shockwaves across England and Europe. Many could not believe it. Kings had been killed in battle, murdered in private plots, but never formally executed by a public court. Charles spent his final days in prayer, reflection, and preparing himself for death. He wrote letters to his children, urging them to forgive his enemies and to trust in God. On the morning of January 30th, 1649, Charles was led from his prison at St. James's Palace to the scaffold outside the banqueting house in Whitehall. A low wooden platform had been erected, draped in black. Charles wore 2 shirts so that he would not shiver in the cold and appear afraid. Before the gathered crowd, he declared that he died the martyr of the people and that he was the rightful king. His words were calm, his composure unshaken. The executioner, whose identity remains uncertain, wore a mask to hide his face. With a single blow of the axe, Charles's head was severed from his body. A deep groan rose from the crowd. Some dipped handkerchiefs in his blood, believing it carried sacred power. Others turned away in horror. At that moment, the monarchy in England ended, not with abdication, not with quiet exile, but with public execution. Charles's death was more than the end of a reign. It was the death of the old belief in divine right. It showed that kings were not untouchable. It proved that even a monarch could be held accountable to the people, or at least to those with the power to claim they spoke for them. The execution shocked Europe. Monarchs across the continent looked with fear at what had happened in London. If the English could kill their king, what could happen elsewhere? Yet for England, the moment was only the beginning of a new and dangerous experiment. Without a king, what form of government would replace monarchy? Could a country used to royal rule govern itself? Would the dream of freedom survive, or would chaos and violence consume it? The beheading of Charles I was a revolution not just of politics, but of ideas. It forced England, and soon the world, to confront a question that still echoes today. Where does true authority come from? The will of God or the will of the people? Oliver Cromwell's Commonwealth, the Republican experiment. With the execution of Charles I in 1649, England stood alone. It was a nation without a monarch, without a traditional government, and without a clear path forward. The monarchy had been abolished. The House of Lords was disbanded. In its place, Parliament declared England a commonwealth, a republic, ruled in the name of the people. But who would truly lead this new world was another question entirely. At first, power rested with the Rump Parliament, the remnant of MPs left after Pride's purge. They tried to govern, but mistrust and division quickly grew. Many in the army, especially those close to Oliver Cromwell, believed that the Rump was corrupt, self-serving, and unwilling to reform the system properly. They had not fought and bled in the Civil War, merely to replace one elite with another. In 1653, Cromwell, frustrated and impatient, took direct action. He marched into Parliament with armed soldiers, dissolved the assembly by force, and assumed control. Cromwell did not seize power to crown himself king. He believed deeply in godly rule, a government that would serve the people under the will of God. Yet his actions showed the difficulty of balancing idealism with the realities of power. Unable to establish a stable democracy, Cromwell accepted the title of Lord Protector. England, officially a republic, now had a single, powerful leader. The years of the Protectorate, from 1653 to 1658, were a complex experiment. Cromwell governed with the support of a new written constitution, the instrument of government, the first of its kind in English history. It called for regular elections, religious tolerance within limits, and parliamentary government. But in practice, Cromwell ruled more like a monarch than a president. He was a man of principle, but also a man of war. Cromwell believed in religious freedom for Protestant groups like Baptists and Presbyterians, but he crushed Catholic resistance with brutal force, especially in Ireland. His campaign in Ireland was marked by sieges, massacres, and deep bitterness that would last for centuries. At home, Cromwell tried to build a godly nation. He enforced moral laws, restricting activities seen as sinful, like gambling, theater, and drunkenness. He sought to create a society based on virtue and discipline, but many ordinary people grew resentful of the strict controls over daily life. Despite his efforts, Cromwell never managed to create a government that truly satisfied either the radical reformers or the traditionalists. Parliaments continued to clash with him. Military officers, known as the Major Generals, were placed across the country to enforce order, but their rule felt heavy-handed and unpopular. Cromwell refused offers to become king, believing monarchy had been discredited forever. Yet by the end of his life, England looked in many ways like a monarchy without the name. The experiment in republicanism, so full of hope at its beginning, had produced a government that relied more on military strength than on popular support. Oliver Cromwell died on September 3, 1658. His death left a power vacuum that his son, Richard Cromwell, could not fill. Lacking his father's authority and skill, Richard struggled to maintain control. Within 2 years, the fragile Commonwealth collapsed. The army, parliament, and the people could no longer agree on the future. The dream of an English republic, a nation without kings or lords, ended in confusion and exhaustion. Many who had once supported the Commonwealth now looked back to monarchy, not because they loved kingship, but because they longed for stability. The revolutionary fires that had burned so brightly after 1649 faded into smoke and ash. Cromwell's Commonwealth showed the possibilities and the dangers of tearing down old orders. It revealed that building something new is far harder than destroying what came before. England had tasted the power of the people's voice, but also the sharp truth that freedom without structure can lead to chaos. The next chapter in England's story would not be written by generals or radicals, but by a weary nation ready, once again, to call a king back to the throne. The restoration of Charles II, a nation longing for a king. By 1660, England was tired. After years of civil war, revolution, and republican experiment, the country found itself adrift. The Commonwealth had fallen apart. Military rule had become unpopular. Hopes for a lasting republic had faded into confusion. People longed not for new experiments, but for old certainties. It was in this atmosphere of exhaustion and frustration that the call to restore the monarchy grew louder. Charles II, the son of the executed Charles I, had lived most of his adult life in exile. He had watched from abroad as England fought over its soul. Now, with the Commonwealth collapsing and no strong leader able to replace Oliver Cromwell, he saw his chance to return. But Charles knew he could not simply step back onto the throne by force. He needed to promise something better than the past: stability, forgiveness, and peace. In April 1660, Charles issued the Declaration of Breda. In it, he offered a generous vision: a pardon for most of his father's enemies, religious tolerance for Protestants, and respect for Parliament's authority. The message was clear. This would not be a return to the old absolute monarchy. It would be a partnership, a shared future between Crown and Parliament. Parliament responded with enthusiasm. In May 1660, Charles was invited back to England. On May 29th, his 30th birthday, he entered London to cheering crowds. People wept in the streets. Church bells rang. After more than a decade without a king, England welcomed back its monarchy with joy and relief. The event became known simply as the Restoration. Charles II was crowned on April 23, 1661, at Westminster Abbey. His reign, known as the Restoration period, would be very different from his father's. Charles was clever, charming, and politically aware. He understood that survival meant compromise. Though he personally preferred religious tolerance, he accepted the strong Anglican character of the Church of England. Though he admired the power of kingship, he recognized that Parliament was now an essential part of ruling. The Restoration brought back old traditions: the court, the ceremonies, the holidays. But England was not the same country it had been before the Civil War. A new understanding existed, even if it was not yet fully written down. Kings ruled with the cooperation of Parliament, not by divine right alone. The memory of Charles I's execution remained vivid. It was a warning to any monarch who might forget the lessons learned in blood. Yet the Restoration was not all politics. It was also a time of vibrancy, excess, and change. London's theaters reopened after years of Puritan bans. Writers, poets, and scientists flourished. The Royal Society, founded in 1660, encouraged new discoveries in science and learning. England was moving into a new age, curious, bold, and eager to explore. But challenges remained. The Great Plague of 1665 and the Great Fire of London in 1666 shook the nation's confidence. Tensions over religion and succession would not stay buried forever. Beneath the surface of Restoration England, the same old questions about power, loyalty, and identity continued to simmer. Still, for a generation weary of bloodshed and division, the restoration of Charles II symbolized something precious: a second chance. A chance to build a future that respected both tradition and change. Charles, known as the Merry Monarch, ruled not as a tyrant, but as a survivor. A king who knew that in the end, laughter, peace, and flexibility could keep a crown on his head longer than any sword. The Restoration marked a turning point. It did not erase the past. It did not solve every problem. But it allowed England to heal, at least for a time, and to step cautiously into the modern world, still carrying the lessons of rebellion, war, and hope. The Glorious Revolution, William, Mary, and the birth of modern Britain. After the restoration of Charles II, England hoped it had left turmoil behind. But peace proved fragile. When Charles died in 1685 without legitimate heirs, the crown passed to his brother, James II. James was an open Catholic in a kingdom that remained deeply Protestant. From the start, suspicion surrounded him. Memories of religious wars, plots, and bloodshed ran deep, and many feared that James would drag England back into tyranny and division. James moved quickly to strengthen his authority. He placed Catholics in important military and government posts, against long-standing laws that barred them. He used royal power to suspend laws he disliked. He tried to create a standing army loyal only to himself. Even those who once supported the monarchy began to fear that James intended to destroy Parliament's authority, erase religious freedoms, and rule as an absolute monarch. Tensions reached a breaking point in 1688 when James's second wife, Mary of Modena, gave birth to a son. Until then, Protestants had consoled themselves that James's Protestant daughter, Mary, from his first marriage, would eventually succeed him. But a Catholic male heir now threatened to create a dynasty that could lock England into Catholic rule for generations. A group of English nobles, known later as the Immortal Seven, acted. They secretly invited Mary's husband, William of Orange, to invade England. William was both a Protestant and the ruler of the Netherlands, a man trusted to defend Protestant interests. More importantly, he was married to Mary, giving their cause legitimacy. William accepted the invitation. In November 1688, he landed with a large army on the south coast of England. The so-called Glorious Revolution was remarkable for its lack of bloodshed. As William advanced, many of James's commanders and supporters deserted him. Some of his closest allies switched sides. James fled to France rather than fight, an act many saw as an abdication. Parliament seized the opportunity to reshape the English monarchy forever. In 1689, William and Mary were offered the crown jointly, but Parliament set strict conditions. Before they could be crowned, William and Mary had to accept the Bill of Rights, a document that would permanently limit royal power and affirm the rights of Parliament and the people. The Bill of Rights, passed in December 1689, was one of the most important documents in British history. It banned the monarch from suspending laws without Parliament's consent. It forbade the raising of taxes or an army without parliamentary approval. It protected the right to petition, the right to free elections, and the right to a fair trial. It declared that no Catholic could ever again sit on the English throne. For the first time, the powers of the crown were clearly limited by law. The divine right of kings, once thought sacred, was replaced by a new principle: government by consent. Monarchy would continue, but only within a constitutional framework. Kings and queens would rule, but Parliament would govern. This balance of power would become a model for future democratic systems around the world. The Glorious Revolution was not perfect. It left deep questions about who truly had rights and who did not. It excluded Catholics from full citizenship. It entrenched certain elites in power. But compared to the violent revolutions that rocked other countries, England's change was swift, relatively peaceful, and transformative. William and Mary ruled as constitutional monarchs. Their reign, especially under William after Mary's death in 1694, stabilized England politically and religiously. The Glorious Revolution had prevented civil war, checked royal ambition, and laid the foundation for modern parliamentary democracy. By the dawn of the 18th century, England had changed forever. It had become a nation where law, not blood, defined authority. The monarch was no longer above the people, but bound to serve them. The idea that rulers must answer to the governed was no longer radical theory. It was the law of the land. The Glorious Revolution proved that power could shift not just through violence and rebellion, but through principle, persuasion, and courage. It showed the world that nations could reinvent themselves. And that freedom, once demanded and defended, could become the beating heart of a people's future. Birth of Great Britain and Empire, 1707 to 1815. The Act of Union, 1707, the making of Great Britain. By the early 18th century, the crowns of England and Scotland had been united for more than a century under one monarch, beginning with James VI and I in 1681, 1603. But despite sharing a king, England and Scotland remained two separate countries, each with its own parliament, its own laws, and often its own interests. Relations between the two nations were uneasy, and mistrust ran deep. Over the years, trade disputes, religious tensions, and fears of political instability pushed both kingdoms toward a critical decision: union or division. England, growing in economic strength and ambition, feared that an independent Scotland might align itself with European rivals like France, especially in times of war. Scotland, smaller and economically weaker, faced its own crises. The failure of the Darien Scheme, a disastrous Scottish attempt to establish a colony in Central America, had ruined many of the nation's investors and shaken confidence in Scotland's future. Both sides saw union not as an act of pure friendship, but as a hard necessity. Negotiations began in earnest. In 1706, representatives from England and Scotland agreed to terms for uniting the two parliaments into one, creating a single kingdom. The Act of Union was passed by the Scottish Parliament in January 1707 and by the English Parliament shortly after. On May 1, 1707, the two countries officially became the Kingdom of Great Britain. The Act of Union brought deep changes. The Scottish and English parliaments were dissolved and replaced with a single Parliament of Great Britain, meeting at Westminster in London. Scotland retained its separate legal and educational systems, but it gave up full political independence. In return, Scots gained access to English colonial markets, opening the door to economic opportunities that would later help transform Scotland into a major part of the British Empire. The Union was not universally welcomed. Many Scots saw it as a betrayal, a surrender of national pride and sovereignty. Riots broke out in Scottish cities. Accusations flew that Scottish politicians had been bribed to sell their country. The phrase "bought and sold for English gold" became a bitter cry among those who felt cheated. Yet over time, practical benefits of the Union became clearer, especially in trade, industry, and military strength. For England, the Union secured the northern border against potential French alliances and unified the home front during the Great Wars of the 18th century. For Scotland, despite early resentment, the 18th century became a period of remarkable intellectual and economic flowering, known as the Scottish Enlightenment. The Act of Union created more than a new name. It created a new identity. Great Britain would soon become a rising power on the world stage, in commerce, in science, in warfare, and in exploration. The combined resources, talents, and ambitions of two once warring kingdoms would fuel a new global force. The making of Great Britain was not a story of romance or unity born from love. It was a political solution to mutual problems, forged through negotiation, fear, ambition, and compromise. Yet its consequences would be enormous, shaping the destiny not just of the British Isles, but of the wider world. The year 1707 marked the birth of a nation that would soon cast its influence across oceans and continents. England and Scotland, once bitter rivals, had bound their futures together, not perfectly, not without scars, but with a shared sense that together they might achieve far more than they ever could alone. The Hanoverian succession, George I, and the rise of Robert Walpole. After the death of Queen Anne in 1714, Britain faced a new crisis of succession. Anne had died without leaving a surviving heir, and the future of the crown was uncertain. Religious divisions once again threatened to tear the nation apart. The fear was real. If a Catholic monarch were allowed to take the throne, Britain could fall into civil war, or worse, be pulled back under the influence of Catholic Europe. Parliament had seen this danger coming. In 1701, it had passed the Act of Settlement, which made clear that only Protestant heirs could inherit the English throne. According to that law, the crown would now pass to the nearest Protestant relative, a distant cousin from Germany, Elector George of Hanover. He was the great-grandson of James I of England, and though he spoke little English and had never set foot in Britain, he was Protestant, and that was what mattered most. George I became king in 1714, the first monarch of the Hanoverian dynasty. His arrival marked a major turning point in British history. He was not loved by the people, who saw him as foreign and awkward. He preferred spending time in Hanover and left much of the work of government to his ministers. But this weakness also created a new political reality. Parliament gained more power, and the foundations of modern constitutional monarchy grew stronger. During George I's reign, the role of the king in daily government affairs shrank dramatically. Real power shifted toward Parliament, and more specifically, toward a leading group of ministers who could manage the complexities of governance while maintaining the support of elected MPs. This shift gave rise to one of the most important figures in British political history, Robert Walpole. Robert Walpole, a skilled politician and master of parliamentary management, emerged as the dominant figure in George I's government. Although the title Prime Minister was not officially used at the time, Walpole is widely recognized as Britain's first Prime Minister. He served as First Lord of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer, holding immense influence from 1721 to 1742, the longest continuous term of any British Prime Minister in history. Walpole understood the delicate balance needed to keep both the king and Parliament satisfied. He built coalitions, managed political rivals, and kept Britain largely at peace during a time when war could have easily erupted. His careful management of national finances, promotion of commerce, and skill in maintaining political stability helped Britain begin to grow into a major global power. However, Walpole's methods were not universally admired. His critics accused him of corruption, bribery, and favoring personal allies. Yet even they could not deny that under his leadership, Britain avoided the destructive wars that plagued much of Europe and enjoyed relative prosperity. The Hanoverian succession and the rise of Robert Walpole changed the shape of British governance forever. Monarchs would continue to reign, but ministers would increasingly govern. The king's personal influence over government policy would never again be what it once was under the Tudors or the early Stuarts. Instead, political power flowed through Parliament, and the office of Prime Minister slowly evolved into the center of executive authority. The peaceful transition to George I and the emergence of Robert Walpole's leadership demonstrated that Britain had matured politically. Battles over divine right and monarchy had given way to struggles over law, representation, and governance. Britain was no longer simply ruled from the throne. It was being steered by new forces, ministers, parliaments, and parties that would come to define its future. The Hanoverian era began with uncertainty, but laid the cornerstones of modern British democracy. It proved that legitimacy could come from law, not just blood, and that real leadership could arise from the consent of representatives rather than the decree of a king. Slave trade. The Atlantic triangular trade in detail. As Britain grew stronger in the 18th century, its wealth, influence, and power expanded across the globe. But part of that story, a dark and painful part, was built on the backs of millions of enslaved Africans. The Atlantic slave trade became one of the largest forced migrations in human history, and Britain stood at the heart of it. The system that drove the trade became known as the triangular trade because of its three-part journey across the Atlantic Ocean. British ships set out from ports like Liverpool, Bristol, and London, carrying manufactured goods, items such as textiles, firearms, and metalwares. These goods were traded in West Africa for human lives. Local African leaders and merchants, some willingly and some under pressure, supplied captives, men, women, and children, in exchange for British products. The second leg of the journey was called the Middle Passage. It was the most brutal part of the triangle. Captured Africans were packed tightly into the holds of ships, often chained together with barely any space to move. Disease, starvation, and abuse ran rampant. The conditions were so horrific that it is estimated up to 20% of those transported died before reaching the Americas. Survivors emerged broken, stripped of family, language, and freedom, bound for lives of endless labor. The third part of the triangle took place in the Americas and the Caribbean. There, enslaved Africans were sold in markets to work on plantations growing sugar, tobacco, cotton, and coffee. These goods, produced through the brutal labor of the enslaved, were loaded onto British ships and transported back to Britain. The sugar sweetened British tea. The cotton fed British mills. The profits fueled British banks, industries, and cities. Every part of British society, merchants, investors, politicians, and even ordinary consumers, benefited from the wealth generated by the trade. Britain's involvement in the Atlantic slave trade was immense. Between the 17th and 19th centuries, British ships transported an estimated 3.1 million Africans to the Americas. About half of all European slave ships during the peak years flew British flags. Cities like Liverpool transformed from small ports into booming centers of commerce largely because of the slave trade. Some families built fortunes that would last for generations. Great buildings, institutions, and even cultural projects were funded by the profits of human suffering. The slave trade was defended at the time by economic arguments, racist beliefs, and political power. It was seen as necessary for the empire's success. Yet even as the trade grew, so too did resistance. Enslaved Africans rebelled aboard ships and on plantations. Voices in Britain began to question the morality of profiting from such cruelty. Religious groups like the Quakers, writers, former enslaved people like Olaudah Equiano, and activists like Thomas Clarkson and William Wilberforce would later lead movements to expose the truth and push for abolition. The Atlantic slave trade left deep scars still visible today. It tore apart African societies. It planted seeds of racial injustice that would last for centuries. It built the foundations of wealth for European nations, including Britain, at an unbearable human cost. The triangular trade was not just a system of commerce, it was a system of human exploitation on a vast scale. It challenged the very ideas of freedom, morality, and justice that Britain would later claim to champion. Understanding this part of Britain's rise is not about assigning blame to the past. It is about facing the full truth of how the modern world was shaped. The story of Britain's empire is inseparable from the story of the Atlantic slave trade. In acknowledging that history, we honor the memory of those whose lives were stolen and recognize the complex, often painful realities behind the making of nations. The Industrial Revolution and the loss of the American colonies. By the middle of the 18th century, Britain stood on the edge of transformation. In the countryside and in the towns, quiet but powerful changes were beginning to reshape society, the economy, and even the very rhythm of daily life. This was the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, a period of extraordinary innovation that would make Britain the first industrialized nation in the world and alter the course of human history. The foundations were laid through a combination of scientific progress, expanding trade networks, and political stability. Inventions like James Hargreaves's spinning jenny in 1764 and Richard Arkwright's water frame in 1769 revolutionized the production of textiles, turning spinning and weaving from small home-based crafts into factory-based industries. Steam power, championed by James Watt's improvements to the steam engine in the 1770s, unleashed new energy, allowing machines to replace human and animal labor on a massive scale. At the same time, Britain's coal mines fueled these engines, and ironworks expanded rapidly. Transportation improved with the development of canals and later railroads. Agriculture, too, underwent changes with new farming methods, freeing up laborers for the growing industrial cities. Urban centers like Manchester, Birmingham, and Leeds exploded in size and importance. Britain was becoming not just a producer of goods, but the workshop of the world. However, while Britain's internal power grew, its overseas empire faced unexpected challenges. Across the Atlantic, 13 British colonies in North America had begun to question their relationship with the mother country. Years of taxation without representation, restrictive trade laws, and the heavy hand of British governance bred resentment. The colonies had prospered, but they were being treated as subjects rather than partners. Tensions boiled over in the 1770s. Key moments like the Boston Tea Party in 1773 and the outbreak of fighting at Lexington and Concord in 1775 signaled that rebellion was no longer just talk. In July 1776, the American colonies declared their independence from Britain with the adoption of the Declaration of Independence, a bold statement that governments must derive their power from the consent of the governed, an idea that had its roots, ironically, in British political thought. The American Revolutionary War became a long and bitter conflict. Despite having the world's most powerful navy and a professional army, Britain struggled to defeat the rebels, who were motivated by the dream of freedom and supported by powerful allies like France. The British defeat at the Battle of Yorktown in 1781 sealed the fate of the war. In 1783, with the Treaty of Paris, Britain formally recognized the independence of the United States of America. The loss of the American colonies was a massive blow to British pride and power. It forced Britain to rethink the nature of empire. No longer would control through direct colonial rule and taxation alone be enough. Britain began to focus more on trade, on building global networks of commerce, and on expanding influence in Asia, Africa, and the Pacific. At the same time, the energy unleashed by the Industrial Revolution gave Britain the tools it needed to pursue a new kind of dominance. Even as the American colonies were lost, British factories, merchants, and inventors were laying the foundations of a global economy that would soon place Britain at its center once again. The Industrial Revolution and the American Revolution happened almost side by side, one remaking Britain from within, the other reshaping its empire from without. Together they showed that change could come suddenly, violently, and yet also steadily, transforming the world in ways that no one at the time could fully predict. Britain had lost a part of its empire, but it had discovered a new kind of power, one driven not just by armies and navies, but by machines, trade, and ideas. The age of industry had begun, and Britain stood ready to lead it. The Napoleonic Wars, Britain's long fight, and the triumph at Waterloo. The turn of the 19th century saw Britain face one of its greatest threats, not from within, but from across the English Channel. Revolutionary France, having overthrown its king and shaken the old order of Europe, now gave rise to a new and even more dangerous figure, Napoleon Bonaparte. His ambition knew no limits. His armies swept across Europe, toppling monarchies, redrawing borders, and building an empire based on his own power. The Napoleonic Wars, which lasted from 1803 to 1815, were a series of brutal conflicts that stretched across the continent. Britain, an island nation with a small standing army but the world's strongest navy, stood almost alone against Napoleon's might. Britain's strategy relied on three pillars: control of the seas, financial support for European allies, and direct military engagement where necessary. Naval supremacy was crucial. In 1805, Britain achieved one of its greatest victories at the Battle of Trafalgar. Admiral Horatio Nelson's fleet decisively defeated the combined navies of France and Spain, ensuring that Napoleon could never invade Britain. Nelson himself was killed in the battle, but his sacrifice helped secure the safety of the British Isles and reinforced Britain's dominance at sea. Yet, the war dragged on. Napoleon's reach spread through Spain, Italy, Germany, and into Eastern Europe. Britain fought back through alliances, subsidies, and a grueling ground campaign in the Iberian Peninsula, where British forces under Sir Arthur Wellesley, later the Duke of Wellington, slowly pushed French forces out of Spain and Portugal. The Peninsular War weakened Napoleon's armies and stretched his resources thin. In 1812, Napoleon made a catastrophic mistake by invading Russia. The brutal winter and fierce Russian resistance shattered his Grande Armée. This defeat encouraged Britain, Prussia, Austria, and Russia to renew their efforts. After years of bloodshed, the end of Napoleon's empire seemed possible. In 1814, facing overwhelming pressure, Napoleon abdicated and was exiled to the island of Elba. Europe breathed a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived. In March 1815, Napoleon escaped from Elba and returned to France, gathering an army and reclaiming power in what became known as the 100 Days. Europe prepared for one final decisive battle. That battle came at Waterloo, a small village in what is now Belgium. On June 18, 1815, British forces under the Duke of Wellington, supported by Prussian troops, led by Gebhard Leberecht von Blücher, faced Napoleon's army. The day was long and brutal. Waves of French attacks battered the British lines. The fate of Europe hung in the balance. Wellington's leadership, the determination of his troops, and the timely arrival of the Prussians turned the tide. Late in the afternoon, as French forces launched one final desperate assault, Wellington's army held firm. Napoleon's Imperial Guard, his most elite soldiers, was repelled. French morale collapsed. The battle ended with a devastating French defeat. Napoleon fled the battlefield and abdicated once more. This time, he was exiled far from Europe to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic, where he would spend the rest of his life. The Napoleonic Wars were over. Britain emerged as the leading power in Europe and, increasingly, the world. The victory at Waterloo was more than a military success. It confirmed Britain's role as the architect of European balance, the defender of constitutional monarchy, and the guardian against tyranny. It crowned a generation of sacrifice with triumph and opened a century in which Britain would stand at the center of global affairs. Yet the cost had been terrible. Hundreds of thousands of lives had been lost across Europe. The continent lay exhausted. Britain, though victorious, faced new challenges at home and abroad. The Industrial Revolution was reshaping society. The empire was expanding into Asia, Africa, and the Pacific. The political winds of reform and democracy were beginning to stir. Waterloo marked the end of one era, the age of Revolutionary War and Napoleonic ambition, and the beginning of another. Britain had fought not just for its own survival, but for the shape of the modern world. It was a victory earned through courage, leadership, resilience, and a refusal to surrender to fear. It was a victory that would define the nation's story for generations to come. Victorian Britain and the zenith of empire, 1815 to 1901. Industrial revolution in full swing, railways, factories, and the rise of the cities. After the triumph at Waterloo in 1815, Britain entered a new age, not of battles and armies, but of machines, innovation, and change. The Industrial Revolution, which had begun quietly in the 18th century, now erupted with full force. It transformed Britain from a land of small villages and country markets into a roaring engine of factories, railways, and crowded cities. No country on Earth had ever experienced such rapid change. Factories became the beating heart of this new Britain. In places like Manchester, Birmingham, Leeds, and Sheffield, industries grew at astonishing speed. Textile mills spun cotton into cloth on a massive scale. Iron foundries poured molten metal for tools, buildings, and ships. Coal mines dug deep into the earth to fuel steam engines and furnaces. People who had once farmed fields now crowded into towns to work in the mills, often for long hours under dangerous conditions. Inventions continued to drive this explosion of growth. The power loom, invented in 1785 and improved through the early 1800s, allowed cloth to be produced faster and cheaper than ever before. Steam engines became stronger and more reliable, not just powering factories, but also transforming transport. James Watt's earlier improvements to the steam engine found new life in railways. The coming of the railways was like the birth of a new world. George Stephenson's locomotive, the Rocket, made headlines in 1829 by winning the Rainhill Trials. Within just a few decades, rail tracks stretched like veins across the country. The first intercity railway between Liverpool and Manchester opened in 1830, and soon hundreds of miles of track crisscrossed Britain. Trains connected cities, towns, and ports, moving goods and people faster than had ever been thought possible. The impact of the railways was enormous. Fresh food could now reach distant markets. Newspapers could be delivered across the country overnight. People who had lived their whole lives within a few miles of their birthplace could suddenly travel across the nation. Railways shrank Britain's mental map, bringing distant places closer together in the minds of its people. Cities grew rapidly as workers flooded in seeking jobs. London became the world's largest city, its population swelling to over 6 million by the end of the century. Cities like Manchester and Glasgow became symbols of industrial might, while also highlighting deep social problems. Overcrowded slums, poor sanitation, and disease were grim companions to economic progress. Yet, despite the hardships, the spirit of innovation and ambition pushed Britain forward. Scientific societies blossomed. New laws gradually improved working conditions, beginning with the Factory Acts of the 1830s and 1840s, which limited child labor and regulated working hours. Engineers, entrepreneurs, and inventors like Isambard Kingdom Brunel designed new bridges, ships, and railways that stunned the world with their boldness. This age also saw the emergence of a powerful middle class, merchants, factory owners, and professionals who fueled the economy and demanded a greater say in politics. The Reform Act of 1832 expanded voting rights, slowly moving Britain toward a broader democracy. Education expanded, literacy rates rose. Public libraries, museums, and universities flourished. The Industrial Revolution was not simply a story of machines and money. It was a revolution in how people thought about time, work, progress, and possibility. For the first time in human history, large numbers of people believed that tomorrow could be better than today, and that technology, science, and human effort could shape a new world. Victorian Britain stood as a living paradox. It was a land of great wealth and grinding poverty, of glittering achievements and heartbreaking failures. But through it all, the Industrial Revolution propelled Britain to the forefront of the global stage, giving it the economic and technological strength that would fuel its vast empire. By the middle of the 19th century, Britain was not just an island nation. It was a global powerhouse, a country that had transformed itself through industry and invention into a symbol of modernity. The steam engine, the factory, and the railway track had reshaped Britain forever, and the world would never be the same. The Slavery Abolition Act of 1833, Britain's struggle with its conscience. As Britain became the world's first industrial power, it also faced a deep moral reckoning. For centuries, British wealth had been tied to the Atlantic slave trade, the forced labor of millions of Africans in colonies across the Americas and the Caribbean. Even as factories rose and railways spread, the memory and reality of slavery stained Britain's growing empire. But during the early 19th century, a powerful movement gathered strength, determined to end slavery once and for all. The abolitionist campaign in Britain was not a sudden revolution. It was a long and determined struggle fought across decades. Activists like Thomas Clarkson, Olaudah Equiano, and William Wilberforce had worked tirelessly to end the slave trade itself. And in 1807, the British Parliament passed the Slave Trade Act, banning the buying and selling of enslaved people across the empire. Yet slavery itself, the ownership of human beings, continued in British colonies. The plantations of the Caribbean still ran on the backbreaking labor of enslaved Africans. By the 1820s, public opinion was shifting. Religious groups like the Quakers kept up their campaigns. Former slaves shared their stories. Books, newspapers, and public meetings spread the message that slavery was not only cruel, but un-Christian, un-British, and intolerable in a nation that claimed to value liberty. Economic changes also played a role. Some British businessmen believed that paid labor would be more efficient than enslaved labor in the new industrial economy. The pressure became too great to ignore. In 1833, after years of debate, Parliament passed the Slavery Abolition Act. This historic law marked one of the most significant moral victories in British history. It declared that slavery was to be abolished throughout most of the British Empire. Enslaved people in British colonies, over 800,000 men, women, and children, were to be set free. However, freedom came with painful compromises. The act did not immediately free all enslaved people at once. Instead, it introduced a system of apprenticeship, forcing former slaves to work for their former masters for several years without full freedom. It was a halfway measure, designed to ease the economic transition for plantation owners. In addition, the British government agreed to pay £20 million, a huge sum at the time, in compensation. But this money went not to the freed individuals. It went to the former slave owners as payment for the loss of what the law still described as their property. The Slavery Abolition Act applied across the British Caribbean, South Africa, Canada, and a few other territories. Some exceptions remained. In territories ruled by the East India Company, for example, full abolition came later, but the act sent a powerful signal. Britain was turning away from its past as a slave empire. It placed Britain at the forefront of the global abolitionist movement, even as it tried to erase the painful truth that it had once profited so richly from human bondage. The end of slavery within the empire did not mean the end of injustice. Freed people faced enormous challenges: poverty, racism, and political exclusion. True equality remained a distant dream, but the Slavery Abolition Act of 1833 was a beginning. It acknowledged the humanity of millions who had been treated as commodities. It forced Britain to confront its conscience, and it showed that public pressure, moral argument, and determined activism could bend even the mightiest governments toward justice. The abolition of slavery was not the end of Britain's imperial ambitions, but it changed the way Britain thought of itself, not just as a conqueror, but as a champion of liberty. Whether it would live up to that new identity in the coming century would remain a question. For now, in 1833, a great wrong had been named and a great right had begun. Queen Victoria and the Victorian Age, the empire where the sun never set. When Queen Victoria came to the throne in 1837, she was just 18 years old, inexperienced, and largely untested. Few could have predicted that her reign would define an entire era. By the time of her death in 1901, Victoria had become the figurehead of the largest empire the world had ever seen. Her long reign of 63 years, known as the Victorian Age, witnessed extraordinary changes in politics, technology, society, and Britain's position in the world. Victoria's reign coincided with the peak of Britain's industrial strength. Steam engines powered ships that traveled across the globe. Railways connected cities and countryside. Telegraph lines carried news across continents in minutes. Inventions like the telephone and electric light transformed daily life. Under Victoria, Britain became the world's workshop, dominating international trade and setting standards for industrial innovation. But it was Britain's empire that most defined the Victorian Age. During these decades, Britain expanded its control across Asia, Africa, the Pacific, and beyond. India, long a land of trade and cultural exchange, came under direct British rule after the Indian Rebellion of 1857. Queen Victoria was declared Empress of India in 1876, symbolizing Britain's supreme status in the East. In Africa, Britain competed with other European powers during the Scramble for Africa, claiming vast territories from Egypt to South Africa. Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and parts of the Caribbean grew into dominions and colonies linked to Britain through trade, language, and governance. The phrase, "the sun never sets on the British Empire," captured the reality that, at any given time, somewhere on the globe, British rule continued under daylight. The empire was built on many forces: military strength, economic power, technological superiority, but also on ideas. Victorians believed they had a duty to bring what they called civilization to other parts of the world. This sense of mission, often called the white man's burden, combined moral self-justification with economic interest. British rule often brought railways, schools, and new legal systems to colonies, but it also displaced local cultures, exploited resources, and sparked deep resentments. Queen Victoria herself became a symbol of stability, duty, and empire. Though she rarely traveled outside Britain, her image was everywhere, on coins, stamps, statues, and portraits in colonial outposts. She cultivated a public image of modesty and morality, values that many Victorians admired and tried to emulate. Yet, the age she ruled over was full of contradictions. Astonishing wealth alongside crushing poverty. Scientific advances alongside rigid social hierarchies. Growing calls for democracy alongside the expansion of imperial control. Throughout her reign, Britain faced challenges: wars in Afghanistan, Crimea, and South Africa, political upheaval in Ireland, movements for social reform at home. But through it all, Victoria remained a steady figure, uniting a rapidly changing nation under a shared sense of purpose and pride. By the end of the 19th century, Britain controlled a quarter of the world's land and ruled over millions of people of different languages, religions, and cultures. Trade goods flowed into Britain's ports from every corner of the empire. British ideas about law, government, and education spread across continents. Yet the empire's foundations were already showing cracks, with nationalist movements beginning to stir in India, Ireland, and elsewhere. Queen Victoria's death in 1901 marked the end of an era. She had presided over the transformation of Britain from a European power into a global empire. She had seen the country change from a rural society into the heart of the industrial world. Her reign left a legacy that shaped not only Britain's future, but also the destiny of dozens of nations across the globe. The Victorian Age was a time of achievement and contradiction, pride and injustice, invention and exploitation. It was a time when Britain touched more of the world than ever before, and when the world, in turn, began to push back. Under Victoria's watchful eyes, Britain became an empire where the sun never set, but also one where shadows of future change had already begun to fall. The Irish Famine and the Great Migration. In the mid-19th century, while Britain celebrated its growing industrial power and global empire, tragedy struck just across the Irish Sea. Between 1845 and 1852, Ireland was devastated by the Great Famine. one of the most terrible humanitarian disasters in modern European history. The effects of this catastrophe would echo across the world and deeply affect the relationship between Ireland and Britain for generations. Ireland, though part of the United Kingdom since the Act of Union in 1801, remained a land of sharp inequality. Most of the population lived in rural poverty, heavily dependent on a single crop, the potato. Potatoes were easy to grow and provided enough calories to sustain families on small plots of rented land. However, this dependence was dangerously narrow. When a potato blight, a fungal disease called Phytophthora infestans, struck in 1845, the consequences were catastrophic. The blight destroyed crops across Ireland, and within a few years, famine gripped the country. Starvation was not the only killer. Malnutrition made people vulnerable to diseases like typhus, dysentery, and cholera. Entire villages were emptied. Families were torn apart. It is estimated that around 1 million people died, about 1/8 of the entire Irish population. Another million fled the island, seeking survival across the Atlantic in countries like the United States, Canada, and Australia. The British government's response to the famine remains a subject of intense debate. Some relief efforts were made, including public works programs and soup kitchens, but they were often late, limited, and poorly managed. Deeply held beliefs in free market economics and fears of encouraging dependency shaped policy decisions. Many British politicians saw the famine as a sad but inevitable consequence of Ireland's supposed mismanagement, rather than as a crisis demanding full-scale intervention. As a result, much of the suffering went unchecked. One of the most bitter aspects of the famine was that, during the worst years, Ireland continued to export food, grains, livestock, and butter to Britain and beyond. Landowners prioritized profits, and the market-driven economy carried on, even as people starved in their own villages. To the Irish, it seemed like a double betrayal. Not only were they left to suffer, but their own country's produce was being taken away while they died. The legacy of the famine shaped Irish identity and Irish memory profoundly. It fueled resentment and anger toward British rule, strengthening nationalist movements that would later fight for independence. It also transformed global populations. Millions of Irish emigrants carried their language, traditions, and hardships with them to the cities of America, Canada, and Australia. In places like New York and Boston, Irish communities grew rapidly, and the Irish diaspora became one of the most significant migrations of the 19th century. For Britain, the famine exposed the deep flaws in imperial governance. It showed that prosperity in one part of the empire could exist alongside devastation in another. It also revealed how distant and disconnected London's rulers could be from the realities of those they governed. By the time the famine ended in the early 1850s, Ireland had changed forever. Its population had plummeted, its economy shattered, its people scattered across the world. Many would never forget, or forgive, the sense of abandonment they felt at the hands of the British state. The Great Famine was not merely a tragedy of weather or bad luck. It was a human disaster made worse by political failure, economic cruelty, and deep social divisions. Its scars are still felt today, not just in Ireland, but in the global Irish communities that arose from the sorrow and survival of those terrible years. The Opium Wars and British dominance in China. While Britain expanded its empire across the world during the 19th century, it also turned its eyes toward Asia, seeking new markets and new profits. One of the most dramatic and controversial episodes in this global expansion came in China, a vast and ancient civilization that had long remained largely closed to Western influence. Britain's determination to open China to trade, and the method it chose to achieve this, would leave lasting scars on both nations. By the early 19th century, Britain's demand for Chinese goods like tea, silk, and porcelain was enormous. However, China demanded silver in exchange and restricted foreign trade to the port of Canton, Guangzhou, under strict conditions. This trade imbalance caused a major problem for Britain. To correct it, British merchants, especially those connected to the East India Company, began selling Indian-grown opium to Chinese buyers. Despite Chinese laws banning the drug, the opium trade flourished, creating widespread addiction and social problems in China. The Chinese government, alarmed by the damage opium was causing, moved to stop the trade. In 1839, Chinese official Lin Zexu seized and destroyed large quantities of opium in Canton, demanding that British merchants end their illegal activities. Britain responded not with negotiation, but with war. The First Opium War, 1839 to 1842, saw Britain use its superior navy and military technology to defeat Chinese forces. British warships bombarded coastal cities, and troops seized strategic ports. The war ended with the Treaty of Nanking in 1842. It was a harsh settlement for China. Britain gained control of Hong Kong, opened 5 Chinese ports to British trade and residents, secured legal rights for British citizens to be tried under British law rather than Chinese law, and extracted a large financial indemnity. The treaty marked the beginning of what the Chinese would later call the Century of Humiliation, a period when Western powers imposed their will on China through military force and unequal treaties. But the humiliation did not end there. Continued disputes over trade rights and diplomatic relations led to the Second Opium War, 1856 to 1860. Britain, this time allied with France, again defeated Chinese forces. The resulting treaties of Tientsin further expanded foreign access to Chinese markets, legalized the opium trade, allowed Christian missionaries to operate freely, and gave Western powers new privileges within China. British dominance in China after the Opium Wars was part of a wider pattern. Britain and other European powers carved out spheres of influence, controlling key ports, territories, and trade routes, without formally colonizing the country. In places like Shanghai and Hong Kong, British merchants, bankers, and officials built powerful communities that flourished under Western law and protection. The human cost to China was enormous. Opium addiction spread deeper into society. Traditional Chinese industries and local economies suffered under the weight of foreign goods. Political instability grew, weakening the ruling Qing dynasty and setting the stage for future rebellions and revolutions. For Britain, the Opium Wars brought immense profits and opened the vast Chinese market to British goods. Tea flowed into British teapots. Silk and porcelain became common luxuries. Hong Kong grew into a major global trading center under British rule. But this expansion was built on coercion and violence, and it left a legacy of resentment that would last well into the 20th century. The Opium Wars showed the darker side of Britain's imperial ambitions. They revealed that the empire's global power rested not just on trade and technology, but also on force and exploitation. Britain's dominance in China was won with gunboats and treaties signed under duress, victories that brought riches to Britain but deep wounds to China. In the wider story of Britain's rise to empire, the Opium Wars were a turning point. They demonstrated the lengths to which Britain would go to maintain and expand its influence. They also revealed a fundamental truth of the 19th century world order. Economic power and military might walked hand in hand, shaping destinies on a global scale, often at terrible human cost. Cultural and scientific breakthroughs, Darwin, Dickens, and the Crystal Palace. The Victorian Age was not just an age of empire, industry, and politics. It was also an age of ideas, discovery, and imagination. As Britain expanded its reach across the world, it also expanded the horizons of human knowledge and creativity. Some of the greatest breakthroughs in science, literature, and public life were born during Queen Victoria's long reign, and they helped to shape the modern world in ways that are still felt today. One of the most revolutionary figures of the 19th century was Charles Darwin. Born in 1809, Darwin changed the way people understood life itself. In 1831, he set sail on HMS Beagle for a 5-year voyage that took him to South America, the Galapagos Islands, and beyond. His observations of different species, especially the unique animals of the Galapagos, led him to question the accepted beliefs about creation and life's diversity. After years of study, Darwin published On the Origin of Species in 1859. The book introduced his theory of natural selection, the idea that species evolve over time through a process of survival and adaptation. It was a direct challenge to traditional religious teachings about the fixed creation of life. The impact was immediate and explosive. Some praised Darwin's careful science. Others condemned him for questioning the role of God. But no matter the reaction, Darwin's work fundamentally changed biology, philosophy, and how people saw their place in the universe. While science questioned nature's secrets, literature explored the human condition. In the heart of the Victorian era, Charles Dickens emerged as one of Britain's greatest writers. Born in 1812 into a poor family, Dickens knew hardship firsthand. As a young boy, he worked in a factory while his father was imprisoned for debt. These early struggles shaped his writing forever. Dickens used novels to shine a light on the darker sides of industrial Britain: poverty, child labor, injustice, and greed. Works like Oliver Twist, 1837 to 1839, David Copperfield, 1849 to 1850, and Bleak House, 1852 to 1853, were not just stories. They were sharp social commentaries that stirred readers' emotions and provoked calls for reform. Dickens combined vivid characters, humor, and drama with a deep sense of moral purpose, making his works beloved both in Britain and around the world. Through writers like Dickens, the Victorian public came face to face with the realities of their rapidly changing society. His stories reached people of all classes, from factory workers to the Queen herself. In a world of growing inequality, Dickens gave a voice to those who were often ignored. Victorian Britain's pride and progress reached a climax in 1851 with the Great Exhibition, a monumental showcase of global industry, art, and technology held in London's Hyde Park. The centerpiece of this event was the Crystal Palace, an enormous glass and iron structure designed by Joseph Paxton. Covering 990,000 square feet and made from prefabricated parts, the Crystal Palace was itself a symbol of the industrial age, a fusion of engineering skill and bold imagination. Inside, exhibits from Britain and around the world displayed the wonders of the modern world: steam engines, printing presses, textiles, and fine arts. The Great Exhibition celebrated human achievement and Britain's global leadership. It attracted over 6 million visitors, including people from across Europe and beyond, and made a powerful statement that Britain stood at the forefront of progress. But beneath the glittering surface of the Crystal Palace and the pride of the exhibition, there were undercurrents of anxiety. As science advanced and society transformed, many Victorians wrestled with questions about faith, morality, and identity. The achievements were dazzling, but they also revealed a world growing more complex, uncertain, and fast-moving than ever before. Darwin's theory, Dickens's novels, and the Crystal Palace each captured a different side of the Victorian experience: the search for understanding, the demand for justice, and the celebration of human potential. Together, they showed a society racing toward modernity, driven by innovation but haunted by the costs of change. The Victorian breakthroughs in science, culture, and technology would not just define Britain's golden age. They would set the patterns for the world that was beginning to emerge. A world of constant discovery, relentless questioning, and boundless ambition. Britain at War, 1901 to 1945. Edwardian era, World War I, the interwar struggles, and World War II. The death of Queen Victoria in 1901 marked the end of an age. Britain entered the Edwardian era under King Edward VII, a time often remembered for its elegance and glittering confidence. Yet beneath the surface of fine manners and imperial pride, cracks were appearing. Industrial workers demanded better pay and conditions. Women campaigned fiercely for the right to vote. Ireland's call for independence grew louder. The old world of certainty and empire was beginning to shake. Social unrest increased year by year. The suffragette movement, led by figures like Emmeline Pankhurst, staged protests, hunger strikes, and acts of civil disobedience to demand political rights for women. Strikes broke out across industries, from coal mines to railways. Political reforms, like the Parliament Act of 1911, which reduced the power of the House of Lords, showed that even the foundations of British governance were shifting. But even as Britain grappled with these internal pressures, a far greater storm gathered in Europe. In 1914, the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria triggered a chain reaction of alliances and rivalries that plunged the continent into war. Britain, honoring its commitment to defend Belgium's neutrality, declared war on Germany on August 4, 1914. The First World War had begun. World War I shattered illusions of quick victory. It became a brutal conflict fought in trenches that stretched from the North Sea to Switzerland. Soldiers lived and died in muddy, disease-ridden ditches under constant threat from machine guns, artillery, and poison gas. The Battle of the Somme in 1916 became a symbol of the war's futility and horror. On the first day alone, Britain suffered nearly 60,000 casualties, the bloodiest day in British military history. The war dragged on for 4 long years, costing the lives of over 700,000 British soldiers. The home front endured rationing, bombings by German Zeppelins, and the constant fear of telegrams bringing news of lost loved ones. Women entered the workforce in large numbers, driving buses, working in munitions factories, and proving that they could perform jobs once reserved for men. By 1918, Britain was exhausted, but it stood victorious alongside its allies. The Treaty of Versailles, signed in 1919, ended the war, but peace brought new struggles. The interwar years were marked by hardship and change. Britain faced severe economic difficulties, including the General Strike of 1926, when workers across the country walked out in solidarity with coal miners, demanding better pay and conditions. The traditional ruling classes saw their influence wane, while the Labour Party rose to represent the working class, forming its first government in 1924 under Ramsay MacDonald. Culturally, the 1920s and 1930s were times of innovation and anxiety. Writers like Virginia Woolf and George Orwell captured the spirit of a Britain that was questioning itself. Meanwhile, the global economy crashed in 1929, plunging millions into poverty during the Great Depression. Extremist political movements gained ground across Europe. In Germany, Adolf Hitler rose to power, setting the stage for another devastating conflict. World War II began in 1939 after Germany invaded Poland. Britain and France declared war, but early hopes for a quick victory evaporated. In 1940, British forces faced disaster at Dunkirk. Surrounded by German armies, over 330,000 British and French troops were evacuated across the Channel in a desperate, heroic effort that became known as the Miracle of Dunkirk. At home, Britain prepared for invasion. German bombers unleashed the Blitz, a relentless bombing campaign that targeted cities across the country. London, Coventry, Liverpool, and many others suffered terrible destruction. Night after night, civilians huddled in shelters as bombs rained down. Yet the nation refused to break. Leadership mattered more than ever, and Britain found its voice in Winston Churchill. Appointed Prime Minister in May 1940, Churchill rallied the nation with words of defiance and courage. His speeches, promising blood, toil, tears, and sweat, and vowing that Britain would never surrender, captured the spirit of resistance that carried the country through its darkest days. The war turned gradually in Britain's favor. The Royal Air Force's victory in the Battle of Britain in 1940 saved the country from invasion. British and Allied forces fought in North Africa, Italy, and eventually returned to France on D-Day, June 6, 1944. After years of sacrifice, victory came in Europe in May 1945. Britain emerged from World War II victorious but changed forever. Its economy was shattered. Its empire, once the source of so much pride, now faced challenges from nationalist movements around the globe. The people, weary but determined, turned toward building a new kind of nation, one that valued fairness, opportunity, and peace. Between 1901 and 1945, Britain journeyed from imperial pride through the fires of 2 world wars into a new and uncertain era. It had proven its resilience, but at an enormous cost. The old world was gone. A new Britain was about to be born, one shaped not by conquest, but by rebuilding, reform, and hope. Decline of empire and domestic revolution, 1945 to 1990. Post-war austerity, rebuilding, and the birth of the NHS. When the Second World War ended in 1945, Britain stood victorious. But the victory had come at a steep price. The country was battered. Its cities were scarred by bombing. Its people were exhausted. Its economy was broken. Britain, once the world's greatest empire, now faced the hard task of rebuilding not only homes and industries, but also hope. The immediate post-war years brought severe austerity. Food and clothing remained rationed long after peace had been declared. In 1946, bread rationing was introduced for the first time, even though it had never been needed during wartime. Fuel shortages left homes cold and factories underpowered. The winter of 1947 was especially harsh. Power cuts hit homes and businesses, and snow-blocked transportation across the country. Yet, despite hardship, the British public showed remarkable resilience. What made this period truly historic was not just the challenge of rebuilding, but the decision to do it differently. The war had changed how people saw their country and their society. There was a deep desire for fairness, for social security, and for a future that did not leave millions in poverty while a few lived in luxury. The shared sacrifice of war created the demand for a new kind of Britain. In July 1945, even before the war had fully ended in Asia, the British people elected a new government. Winston Churchill, the war hero, was voted out. The Labour Party, led by Clement Attlee, won a landslide victory. Their promise was bold: to rebuild Britain as a welfare state, a nation that cared for its citizens from cradle to grave. One of the most important achievements of this vision was the creation of the National Health Service in 1948. For the first time in British history, healthcare became free at the point of delivery for all citizens, regardless of income. Before the NHS, access to doctors and hospitals often depended on what people could afford. Illness could mean not just suffering, but financial ruin. The NHS was launched on the 5th of July, 1948, by Health Minister Aneurin Bevan at Park Hospital in Manchester. Bevan, once a coal miner from Wales, had fought hard to make the dream of free healthcare a reality. His goal was simple: to take fear and money out of medicine. Doctors, nurses, and hospitals became part of a national system, publicly funded through taxation. The response was overwhelming. On its first day, the NHS treated thousands of people who had never seen a doctor without paying. It gave glasses, hearing aids, maternity care, vaccinations, and life-saving surgeries, all without a bill. It changed lives. It saved lives. The birth of the NHS was more than a new public service. It was a symbol of a new Britain, one that believed in dignity, equality, and community. It became a source of national pride, and over time, it helped raise life expectancy, improve public health, and reduce inequality across the country. But the road was not smooth. The cost of such a system was high. Britain's economy struggled through the 1950s and 1960s to meet the demands of public spending. Yet the public support for the NHS never wavered. Despite political debates, no government dared to undo it. While the empire was beginning to shrink abroad, Britain was transforming itself at home. It was moving from being an imperial power to being a modern social democracy. The focus shifted from ruling other nations to caring for its own people. This was not just a change in policy, it was a change in identity. Between 1945 and 1950, the foundations of the post-war British state were laid. Alongside the NHS, the government nationalized major industries like coal, steel, and railways. The welfare state expanded to provide unemployment benefits, housing, and education. These were not gifts. They were rights, earned through collective struggle and national sacrifice. The years after the war were hard, but they were also hopeful. Britain was no longer the master of a vast empire, but it was becoming something else. A country that could still lead by example, not through conquest, but through compassion. Decolonization, India, Africa, and the Caribbean. After 1945, Britain was no longer the same empire it had once been. Victory in the Second World War came at a great cost. The country was deeply in debt. Its military was stretched thin. Its colonies were demanding change. The old imperial model, built on control and resource extraction, could no longer survive in a world that was moving toward freedom, independence, and equality. Decolonization did not happen all at once. It happened in waves, and the first great wave began with India. India was the crown jewel of the British Empire, but by the 20th century, it was also the heart of a powerful independence movement. Led by figures like Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, Indian nationalists used both nonviolent protest and political pressure to demand self-rule. The Quit India movement of 1942 had shaken British authority, and after the war, Britain recognized that holding on to India would require unacceptable force and endless conflict. In 1947, after negotiations and mounting pressure, Britain granted India independence, but it did not come peacefully. The partition of India created two new nations, India and Pakistan. It was a rushed, traumatic process. Religious violence erupted between Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs. More than 10 million people were displaced in one of the largest migrations in history. Over 1 million died. Britain's long rule in India ended not in ceremony, but in blood and sorrow. Yet independence for India opened the gates for other colonies. In Africa, movements for freedom grew rapidly. Ghana, under Kwame Nkrumah, became the first sub-Saharan African country to gain independence in 1957. It was followed by Nigeria in 1960, Kenya in 1963, and many others. Some transitions were peaceful. Others, like the Mau Mau uprising in Kenya, were marked by violence and repression. British withdrawal from Africa was not always graceful. In some cases, colonial governments tried to slow the process or favor elites loyal to the empire. But the will of the people was clear. Across the continent, African leaders rose with visions of national pride and self-governance. By the mid-1960s, most of Britain's African colonies had become independent nations, each with its own challenges, dreams, and voice. In the Caribbean, a slower but steady path to independence unfolded. Colonies like Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and Barbados pushed for constitutional reform and local leadership in the 1950s and 1960s. Jamaica gained independence in 1962, Trinidad and Tobago the same year, and Barbados in 1966. Many Caribbean countries chose to remain part of the Commonwealth, a symbol of continued cooperation rather than colonial control. The end of empire was not just political, it was emotional and cultural. For centuries, Britain had told itself a story of imperial glory, of bringing order and progress to distant lands. Now that story was being rewritten, not by Britain, but by the people who had lived under its rule. Their voices, once silenced, began to shape a new global conversation about justice, memory, and identity. Some in Britain mourned the loss of empire, others welcomed it. Politicians debated the economic impact, while immigrants from former colonies arrived in Britain to work, study, and settle. A new, more diverse Britain was beginning to form, even as the old empire slipped away. By the end of the 20th century, most of Britain's colonies had gained independence. What remained was not an empire, but a network of former colonies, many of which chose to stay connected through the Commonwealth of Nations. It was no longer about rule, it was about partnership. Decolonization reshaped the world. It ended an age of empire and opened the door to new nations. It challenged Britain to see itself not as an imperial ruler, but as one nation among many. And it forced the British people to confront a complex legacy, one that included both achievement and injustice, pride and pain, winds of social change, immigration and multicultural Britain. As the British Empire broke apart and colonies became independent, a new chapter quietly began at home. Britain, once a nation of emigrants, became a land of immigrants. From the late 1940s onward, people from across the former empire arrived on British shores to rebuild, work, and create new lives. Their arrival marked the beginning of a major social transformation, the birth of multicultural Britain. One of the most important moments came in 1948, when the Empire Windrush docked at Tilbury, carrying hundreds of passengers from the Caribbean. These men and women had been invited to help rebuild post-war Britain, which faced severe labor shortages in transport, health, and industry. The passengers of the Windrush, and many who followed in the 1950s and 1960s, came not as strangers, but as citizens of the British Empire. Legally, they had the right to settle in the UK. The Windrush generation brought new energy and culture to Britain's towns and cities. Caribbean nurses joined the new National Health Service. Engineers, drivers, and factory workers filled essential jobs. They helped rebuild a country still scarred by war. Their children went to British schools. Their families shaped local communities. But while they contributed immensely, they were not always welcomed equally. Many immigrants faced racism, poor housing, job discrimination, and open hostility. Signs saying "No blacks, no Irish, no dogs" appeared in windows. In 1958, racial tensions erupted in the Notting Hill race riots in London. These were not isolated incidents. Across the country, a debate began to grow. What did it mean to be British? And who got to decide? Despite the challenges, immigrant communities grew and thrived. Britain became home not only to people from the Caribbean, but also from South Asia, Africa, and other parts of the former empire. Indian and Pakistani families opened shops, restaurants, and places of worship. African families formed churches and businesses. East African Asians, expelled from countries like Uganda in the 1970s, rebuilt their lives in cities like Leicester and London. The 1962 Commonwealth Immigrants Act and the later immigration laws restricted the flow of new arrivals, but the shape of Britain had already changed. The old idea of a white uniform Britain gave way, slowly and unevenly, to a society of many colors, languages, and faiths. Culture, too, was transformed. Black British music scenes, from reggae to soul to garage, flourished. South Asian cinema and literature reached new audiences. New generations, born and raised in Britain, began to speak out, write books, enter politics, and challenge old assumptions about race and identity. One landmark moment came in 1987, when 4 Black and Asian MPs were elected to the House of Commons, including Diane Abbott, the first Black woman in British Parliament. It was a powerful sign that Britain's democracy was beginning, however slowly, to reflect its diversity. But progress was not without setbacks. The 1970s and 1980s saw the rise of far-right groups like the National Front, as well as public debates over policing and racial justice. The Brixton riots in 1981 were sparked by deep mistrust between young Black Britons and the police. These events forced the nation to confront the inequalities that still existed, and still do today. Multicultural Britain was not born overnight. It was shaped by effort, conflict, and resilience. It was built by generations who refused to be invisible, who worked hard, demanded fairness, and redefined what it meant to belong. By the end of the 20th century, Britain was a different country from the one that had stood in 1945. The empire was gone, but its people were here, not as visitors, but as part of the national story. Immigrants and their children helped build the modern UK, in hospitals, in schools, in art, in sport, and in parliament. The winds of social change had blown open the windows of British identity. What came through was not always easy, but it was real. A new vision of Britain that continues to evolve, challenge, and inspire. Thatcherism, Britain's economic shakeup in the 1980s. In 1979, Britain entered one of its most dramatic and divisive political eras. The country had just come through a difficult decade. The 1970s had been filled with economic trouble, inflation, unemployment, energy shortages, and strikes that brought entire industries to a halt. Trust in the old post-war model was breaking down. In this moment of deep national frustration, Britain elected its first woman prime minister, Margaret Thatcher. Thatcher took office on the 4th of May, 1979, leading the Conservative Party. She was determined to change the country from the ground up. Her political ideas and economic beliefs became known as Thatcherism. At the heart of Thatcherism was a rejection of state control and a belief in the free market. Thatcher believed that Britain had grown weak by depending too much on government spending, nationalized industries, and union power. She moved fast to reshape the economy. She cut income taxes, especially for higher earners, believing this would drive growth. She reduced public spending and introduced tough controls on inflation through high interest rates. She sold off major state-owned industries like British Telecom, British Gas, British Airways, and parts of British Steel. These privatizations were meant to shrink the state and allow competition and profit to drive efficiency. Home ownership became a key part of her vision. The right to buy policy, launched in 1980, gave millions of council house tenants the opportunity to purchase their homes at discounted prices. This turned many working-class families into homeowners for the first time. It was one of Thatcher's most popular policies, though it also reduced the availability of affordable public housing in the long term. Thatcher's battle with the trade unions defined much of her premiership. She saw powerful unions as a threat to democracy and economic stability. The most bitter conflict came with the 1984-85 miners' strike. When the National Union of Mine Workers opposed plans to close unprofitable coal pits, the government stood firm. The strike lasted nearly a year, causing deep divisions in communities and lasting damage to the coal industry. The miners were eventually defeated, and union power across Britain was significantly weakened. Economic liberalization brought growth in some areas. London boomed as a financial hub after the Big Bang reforms of 1986, which modernized the city's trading systems and brought in international investment. But the changes also increased inequality. While parts of the southeast thrived, many former industrial areas in the north of England, Scotland, and Wales suffered job losses, poverty, and decline. Critics accused Thatcher of turning her back on these communities. Her leadership style was firm, uncompromising, and often polarizing. She famously said, "There is no such thing as society," meaning that individuals should take responsibility for their own lives rather than rely on the state. Supporters admired her strength and vision. Opponents saw her policies as cold, harsh, and destructive to working-class life. Internationally, Thatcher built a close relationship with US President Ronald Reagan, and both promoted a similar economic philosophy. She also led Britain through the Falklands War in 1982, which boosted her popularity at home. Yet her third term in office brought growing tensions over the unpopular poll tax, rising discontent within her own party, and divisions over Europe. In November 1990, after 11 years as Prime Minister, Thatcher resigned under pressure from her colleagues. She left office as one of the most influential and controversial leaders in modern British history. Thatcherism transformed Britain's economy and political culture. It shifted the national debate toward free markets, personal responsibility, and reduced state intervention, ideas that influenced both conservative and labor governments for decades. But it also left behind a country more divided in wealth, geography, and opportunity. Whether admired or condemned, Margaret Thatcher changed the direction of Britain. The 1980s were her era, bold, confrontational, and unforgettable. The United Kingdom in the modern world. The Commonwealth, origins of a post-empire alliance. By the middle of the 20th century, Britain's empire was coming to an end. One by one, colonies had gained independence. The global order that once centered on London was changing. But as the sun set on formal empire, a new idea began to take shape. A voluntary association of nations, built not on control, but on cooperation. This idea became the Commonwealth. The origins of the Commonwealth can be traced back to the early 20th century. As the British Empire expanded, some former colonies had already been granted self-government. Countries like Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa had their own parliaments, but remained loyal to the British Crown. In 1926, the Balfour Declaration made it clear that these nations were not subordinate to Britain, but equal in status. They were described as autonomous communities within the British Empire, united by common loyalty to the monarch. This principle was formalized in 1931 with the Statute of Westminster. It gave these dominions full legal independence, while preserving their symbolic connection to Britain. At this point, the term British Commonwealth of Nations began to gain meaning. But it was after World War II, during the Great Wave of decolonization, that the modern Commonwealth truly began to take shape. As newly independent nations emerged from the empire, many still wanted to maintain a link with Britain, not as subjects, but as partners. In 1949, a key turning point came. India, which had gained independence in 1947, wanted to remain in the Commonwealth, but also become a republic, removing the British monarch as head of state. This raised a problem. Could a republic belong to a group traditionally centered around the crown? The solution was the London Declaration of 1949. It allowed republics and other non-monarchical states to join the Commonwealth as long as they recognized the British monarch as the symbolic head of the Commonwealth, not as their sovereign. This flexibility opened the door for a broader, more inclusive association. The Commonwealth became a voluntary group of independent nations, joined by shared values, history, and goals, not by imperial rule. The modern Commonwealth grew quickly. By the 1960s and 1970s, dozens of new nations from Africa, the Caribbean, Asia, and the Pacific joined. Some had deep historical ties to Britain. Others had been part of its empire only briefly, but all shared a commitment to peaceful cooperation, mutual support, and respect for diversity. The Commonwealth was never a political union like the European Union, nor a military alliance like NATO. Instead, it was based on soft power, the power of shared language, education, culture, legal systems, and trade links. English was the common language. Cricket became a cultural bond. Universities welcomed students from across the Commonwealth. Law systems based on British common law took root in many member countries. By the end of the 20th century, the Commonwealth had become a unique global network. It included large nations like India and Nigeria, small island states like Fiji and Barbados, and even countries that had never been colonized by Britain, like Mozambique and Rwanda. It created programs for youth development, education, and economic cooperation. It held regular Commonwealth heads of government meetings, CHOGMs, to discuss shared challenges, from climate change to trade to human rights. One of its most powerful moments came in the 1980s when the Commonwealth stood firm against apartheid in South Africa. Many member states, especially in Africa and the Caribbean, pushed Britain to take a tougher stance. Despite resistance, the Commonwealth helped apply international pressure that contributed to the end of apartheid and the creation of a democratic South Africa in the 1990s. The Commonwealth is not without criticism. Some call it outdated, a remnant of empire disguised as friendship. Others question its real-world impact. But its strength lies in its voluntary nature. Unlike empires of the past, it is not built on force. Countries can leave, and some have, and they can return. For Britain, the Commonwealth has offered a way to remain globally connected after empire, not through domination, but through dialogue. For its members, it has provided a stage to speak as equals, to support one another, and to share in a legacy of survival, change, and renewal. The Commonwealth began as a way to manage the end of empire, but over time, it became something more. A living symbol of what cooperation can look like after the age of conquest. An alliance not of rulers and subjects, but of voices, many, varied, and independent. Key member nations and their role in the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is made up of a wide range of countries, large and small, rich and poor, island nations, and continental powers. While all members share a commitment to cooperation, some nations play key roles in shaping the Commonwealth's global presence. Their stories, actions, and influence help explain how this unique international group continues to evolve in the 21st century. India is the largest democracy in the world and one of the most influential members of the Commonwealth. After gaining independence in 1947, India helped redefine the Commonwealth as a group of equals rather than an extension of empire. It remained in the organization even as a republic, setting the example that others would follow. India's size, economy, and growing global influence make it a central voice in Commonwealth discussions. It has used its role to support education, technology transfer, and South-South cooperation, partnerships among developing countries. Canada, another founding member, also plays a leading role. As a major developed country with strong democratic institutions, Canada has helped shape the Commonwealth's human rights agenda. It has often supported peacekeeping missions and development efforts in smaller Commonwealth nations. Canada also acts as a bridge between the Commonwealth and other international groups like the G7 and the United Nations, using its dual position to build partnerships. Australia, with its own regional focus in the Pacific, has long invested in the development of nearby island states that are also Commonwealth members. Like Canada, it is a constitutional monarchy with close ties to Britain, but it also maintains an independent and assertive foreign policy. Australia has helped lead programs related to climate change, education, and disaster response, areas of great concern to smaller, vulnerable nations. South Africa holds a special place in the Commonwealth's history. It was one of the original members, but withdrew in 1961 due to opposition to its apartheid regime. After apartheid ended, South Africa rejoined in 1994. Since then, it has been an active participant, using its voice to advocate for democracy, racial equality, and African unity. South Africa's journey through oppression, change, and re-entry into the Commonwealth symbolizes what the organization claims to stand for: reform, reintegration, and reconciliation. Nigeria, the most populous country in Africa, plays a key role in the Commonwealth's engagement with the continent. Since gaining independence in 1960, Nigeria has been active in diplomacy, trade, and regional leadership. It has hosted Commonwealth events and contributed troops to peacekeeping operations. As one of the largest economies in Africa, Nigeria uses the Commonwealth platform to speak on issues of debt relief, fair trade, and African development. Jamaica and other Caribbean nations bring vital perspectives to Commonwealth debates. Although small in size, these countries have been influential in shaping cultural, legal, and educational exchanges. Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, and others have promoted youth development, arts, and legal cooperation. The Caribbean bloc also voices the concerns of small island states, especially on matters of climate vulnerability and fair financing. Smaller nations like Malta, Cyprus, and the Pacific Islands have also found unique strength in the Commonwealth. The organization gives them a platform to be heard on equal terms with larger states, something not always possible in bigger institutions like the UN. These countries often play important roles in consensus building, mediation, and education exchanges. The United Kingdom, though once at the center, now acts as a senior partner, influential but no longer dominant. It funds many Commonwealth programs, hosts major meetings like the Commonwealth Heads of Government Meeting, CHOGM, and provides cultural and diplomatic links. However, the UK's role has shifted. It listens more than it leads, and its relevance depends on mutual respect, not inherited authority. Each member brings something unique. Some offer financial resources, others bring cultural influence. Some use the Commonwealth to promote their national values. Others rely on it for support in facing global challenges. What ties them together is not control, but conversation. Not force, but shared interest. This diversity is the Commonwealth's strength and its challenge. With 56 members spread across every continent, the organization must constantly balance different needs, voices, and goals. Yet it remains a rare space where old colonial boundaries are replaced by new forms of cooperation, and where countries can meet not as rulers and subjects, but as equal players in a complicated world. The modern nations of the United Kingdom. England, power center and evolving identity. England has long been seen as the heart of the United Kingdom. It holds the capital, London. It's home to the central government and many of the country's largest economic, cultural, and political institutions. But England is more than a seat of power. In the 21st century, its identity is shifting, shaped by modern pressures, old divisions, and questions about its place within both the UK and the world. With a population of over 56 million, England makes up more than 80% of the United Kingdom. Its size gives it political weight. The UK Parliament, located at Westminster, sets laws for the whole Union, but many decisions still reflect English concerns most directly. England does not have its own devolved parliament like Scotland, Wales, or Northern Ireland. This creates a unique tension. England rules itself, but also helps rule others. Calls for an English parliament have grown over the years, especially after devolution gave Scotland and Wales more control over their internal affairs. Some English voters feel that their own regions lack equal influence over policies that affect education, transport, and healthcare. Others worry that such changes would risk breaking up the Union itself. These debates reflect the deeper challenge, defining Englishness in a country that is both united and divided. Historically, England's identity was tied to empire, monarchy, and the English language. But modern England is more complex. It's a nation of cities and regions, from the industrial past of Manchester and Birmingham, to the global finance of London and the coastal struggles of Cornwall. It's also a nation of many cultures. Immigration from the Caribbean, South Asia, Eastern Europe, and Africa has changed the face of English towns and cities, making England a more diverse society than ever before. This diversity has brought both enrichment and tension. Cultural festivals, international cuisine, and a global workforce have shaped modern English life. Yet at the same time, questions of national pride, identity, and belonging have become politically sensitive. Some fear that English traditions are being lost. Others argue that Englishness itself must evolve to include all who call it home. Brexit sharpened these divisions. In the 2016 referendum, England, outside of London, voted in large numbers to leave the European Union. This was partly a rejection of globalization, but also a demand for greater control over national life. The vote exposed a split between urban and rural, between the cosmopolitan and the traditional, and between regions that felt left behind by decades of economic change. Economically, England remains a global force. London is one of the most important financial centers in the world. England is home to leading universities like Oxford and Cambridge, and to major industries in tech, aerospace, media, and pharmaceuticals. But inequality runs deep. The North-South divide, a term used to describe the economic gap between southern England and much of the north, continues to challenge policymakers. Attempts to fix this include the leveling up agenda launched by governments in the 2020s, aiming to invest more in transport, jobs, and education across neglected regions. But success has been uneven. Some communities still feel disconnected from London's power and prosperity. In sport, music, and the arts, England continues to make a global impact. English football is followed around the world. British artists, writers, and musicians based in England shape global culture. Yet English identity is no longer just exported, it's debated at home. Who gets to define it? What does it mean in a country that is legally British but emotionally fragmented? In the 21st century, England remains central to the UK, politically, economically, and historically. But its identity is no longer fixed. It is being rewritten by its people, old and young, native and newcomer, rural and urban. England is not just a power center, it is a place searching for balance between tradition and change, authority and inclusion, unity and voice. This evolving English identity is not a weakness, it is a sign of life, a sign that the story of England is still being written, not in old slogans, but in new voices. Scotland, nationalism and independence movements. Scotland's identity has always been distinct. Even after the 1707 Act of Union joined Scotland and England into a single kingdom, Scotland kept its own legal system, education structures, and church. These differences, combined with a deep sense of national pride, have shaped Scotland's modern journey, a journey increasingly defined by the push for greater autonomy and the dream of independence. For much of the 20th century, Scotland's political life followed the broader patterns of Britain. But under the surface, a growing sense of frustration began to build. Many Scots felt that decisions made in Westminster did not reflect Scottish needs. The decline of traditional industries like shipbuilding, coal, and steel in the 1970s and 1980s hit Scotland hard. Economic hardship fueled resentment, as did a sense that Scotland's voice was often overlooked in national debates. The first major political step toward greater Scottish control came in 1997. After years of campaigning by Scottish nationalists and a changing political mood across Britain, the newly elected Labour government under Tony Blair held a referendum on devolution. The result was clear. 74% of voters supported creating a Scottish parliament with powers over areas like education, health, and transportation. In 1999, the modern Scottish Parliament officially opened in Edinburgh, a major moment of self-government after nearly 3 centuries of union. Devolution gave Scotland more control over its domestic affairs, but it did not settle the deeper question: should Scotland be an independent country? That question moved to the center of Scottish politics with the rise of the Scottish National Party, SNP. Founded in 1934, the SNP spent decades as a marginal force. But by the early 21st century, it gained major support, presenting itself as a party for modern Scottish aspirations, not just historical grievances. In 2007, the SNP formed a minority government in Scotland. In 2011, it won a majority, an achievement made possible by a growing sense of Scottish confidence and dissatisfaction with UK-wide politics. With a strong mandate, the SNP pushed for a referendum on full independence. In 2014, Scotland voted in a historic referendum. The choice was simple but profound: remain part of the United Kingdom or become an independent nation. The campaign was passionate, emotional, and deeply personal. It touched on economics, identity, history, and Scotland's future in Europe and the world. On 18 September 2014, nearly 85% of eligible Scots turned out to vote. The result was 55% in favor of staying in the United Kingdom and 45% for independence. It was a clear decision, but it left deep divides. Rather than ending the independence debate, the 2014 referendum energized it. Many Scots who voted no did so based on promises of greater devolution and guarantees about Scotland's role in the European Union. When the UK as a whole voted to leave the EU in 2016, but Scotland voted overwhelmingly to remain. The political ground shifted again. To many in Scotland, Brexit represented a breach of trust and a change in circumstances. Since 2016, the idea of a second independence referendum, often called IndyRef 2, has dominated Scottish politics. The SNP, led by Nicola Sturgeon until 2023, and now by Humza Yousaf, has argued that Scotland should have the right to revisit its future, especially given the profound changes brought by Brexit. Polls show that support for independence remains strong, though opinions fluctuate. At the heart of Scotland's independence movement is a vision of a country able to make its own decisions on international affairs, trade, immigration, and social policy. Supporters argue that Scotland could thrive as a small, modern nation, similar to countries like Norway or Ireland. Opponents warn of economic risks, currency questions, and the complexities of rejoining international organizations like the EU. Scotland today is a nation of vibrant debate. It is proud of its culture, its universities, its innovation, and its international outlook. Yet it remains closely tied to the rest of the United Kingdom through family, economy, history, and identity. The future of Scotland, whether within the UK or as an independent nation, remains one of the great political questions of our time. What is clear is that Scotland's voice can no longer be ignored or assumed. It demands respect, attention, and above all, choice. Whether the next chapter is written inside or outside the United Kingdom, it will be written by Scots themselves, proud, determined, and ready for whatever comes next. Wales, cultural revival and devolution. Wales is a nation shaped by resilience, language, and a deep sense of identity. Although it has shared a long history with England since the conquest by Edward I in the 13th century, Wales has never lost its cultural uniqueness. In the modern era, that cultural pride has fueled a powerful revival and a political movement that has changed Wales's place within the United Kingdom. For centuries, Welsh identity survived against great odds. English was imposed as the language of government and law, but Welsh endured in homes, churches, and communities. Industrialization in the 18th and 19th centuries brought massive changes, especially in coal mining and steel production. Yet the deep valleys and rural heartlands of Wales kept alive their traditions, poetry, and song. By the 20th century, a strong cultural revival began. Efforts to protect and promote the Welsh language gained momentum. The creation of the University of Wales in 1893 offered higher education in Wales for the first time. The National Library of Wales, founded in 1907, became a symbol of national pride. Eisteddfod Fodow, traditional festivals of music, poetry, and performance, thrived, celebrating Welsh art and spirit. Language became central to Welsh identity. In 1962, the formation of Cymdeithas Yr Iaith Gymraeg, the Welsh Language Society, marked a new era of activism. Campaigns for bilingual road signs, government services, and media followed. In 1982, S4C, a Welsh language television channel, was launched, further strengthening the visibility and vitality of Welsh culture. Alongside this cultural renewal, political change was brewing. In 1979, the first referendum on devolution in Wales was held, but it failed. Only 20% voted in favor. At that time, many Welsh people were skeptical about the need for a separate assembly. But times were changing. Economic hardship, especially after the decline of mining and heavy industry in the 1980s, led to a renewed sense that Wales needed more control over its own affairs. In 1997, a second devolution referendum was held, alongside the Scottish one. This time, the result was much closer, but ultimately in favor. 50.3% voted yes. As a result, the National Assembly for Wales, now known as the Senedd Cymru, or Welsh Parliament, was established in 1999. Based in Cardiff, it was given powers over areas like health, education, and local government. Since then, the powers of the Senedd have grown steadily. In 2006, the Government of Wales Act granted it the ability to make laws without needing approval from Westminster in certain areas. In 2011, another referendum gave the Senedd full law-making powers in devolved matters. By the 2000s and 20s, Wales had a distinct political landscape, with its own leadership, its own laws, and its own growing confidence. Culturally, the revival of the Welsh language has been a major success story. By 2021, about 30% of the Welsh population could speak Welsh, and efforts to increase that number continue. Bilingual education is expanding. Government documents, road signs, and public services are now routinely provided in both languages. The language is no longer a relic of the past. It is a living part of Wales's future. Politically, calls for greater autonomy and even independence have gained strength. While support for full independence remains lower than in Scotland, it has grown, especially among younger generations. Movements like Yes Cymru have organized marches and campaigns, arguing that Wales should one day govern itself completely. Yet most Welsh people today still support remaining part of the United Kingdom, though they demand respect for their nation's distinctiveness. Wales is a proud nation within a larger union, seeking balance between self-rule and shared belonging. The story of modern Wales is one of rebirth, not through violence or rebellion, but through persistence, culture, and democratic change. From the valleys to the cities, from the ancient language to the halls of the Senedd, Wales has reclaimed its voice. It stands today not as a forgotten corner of Britain, but as a nation with a clear identity, a proud culture, and a future it will shape for itself. Northern Ireland, the Troubles and the Good Friday Agreement. Northern Ireland's story in the 20th century is one of deep conflict, painful division, and hard-won peace. It is a story that reveals how history, identity, and politics can tear communities apart, and how courage, dialogue, and compromise can build them back together. Northern Ireland was created in 1921, following the partition of Ireland. 6 counties in the northeast chose to remain part of the United Kingdom, while the rest of Ireland moved toward independence. But this division left a complex legacy. In Northern Ireland, Protestants, many of whom identified as British, became the majority. Catholics, many of whom saw themselves as Irish, formed a significant minority. Political power rested mainly with the Protestant community, while many Catholics faced discrimination in housing, employment, and voting rights. Tensions simmered for decades, but exploded into violence in the late 1960s. Inspired by the civil rights movements in America, Catholics in Northern Ireland organized peaceful marches to demand equal rights. The response from authorities and some Protestant groups was harsh. Clashes grew, violence escalated. What began as protests turned into what became known as the Troubles, a period of bloody conflict that lasted for nearly 30 years. The conflict was not a simple religious war, it was about national identity, civil rights, and the future of Northern Ireland. On one side were the Unionists and Loyalists, mostly Protestants, who wanted Northern Ireland to remain part of the United Kingdom. On the other side were the Nationalists and Republicans, mostly Catholics, who wanted Northern Ireland to join a united Ireland. Armed groups took the fight to the streets. The Irish Republican Army, IRA, led the Republican campaign, while Loyalist paramilitaries like the Ulster Volunteer Force, UVF, fought back. The British Army was deployed to maintain order, but their presence often deepened mistrust. Bombings, shootings, and assassinations became grim parts of daily life. No place was safe, not homes, not pubs, not even city centers. One of the darkest moments came on 30th of January, 1972. Bloody Sunday. In Derry, British soldiers opened fire on a civil rights march, killing 14 unarmed civilians. The event shocked the world and fueled further anger. Recruitment into the IRA surged. Violence intensified. Over the next 2 decades, thousands lost their lives. Ordinary families lived in fear. Peace talks came and went without lasting success. Political negotiations were complicated by deep mistrust and bitterness on all sides. Yet beneath the surface, a slow change was taking place. War weariness, new political leaders, and international pressure, especially from the United States, laid the groundwork for hope. The breakthrough came in the late 1990s. After long and difficult negotiations, the Good Friday Agreement was signed on the 10th of April, 1998. It was a bold and complex deal. Northern Ireland would have its own devolved government, with powers shared between Unionists and Nationalists. The right to identify as British, Irish, or both would be guaranteed. Paramilitary groups agreed to decommission their weapons. The border with the Republic of Ireland would remain open, helping to ease fears on both sides. The Good Friday Agreement was endorsed by referendums in both Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. It was a stunning moment. After decades of bloodshed, a peaceful democratic future seemed possible. The years since the agreement have not been easy. Some violence has flared. Trust between communities is still fragile. Political disagreements often stall progress, yet the overall change has been remarkable. Belfast, once scarred by bombings, has become a vibrant city. Cross-community programs have grown. A new generation has grown up without daily fear of violence. Brexit has created new tensions. The question of the Irish border, once erased by the European Union's common market, returned to political debate. The Northern Ireland Protocol, negotiated between the UK and the EU, tried to protect the Good Friday Agreement by keeping Northern Ireland aligned with some EU rules. But it also created new divisions, particularly among Unionists who feel separated from the rest of the UK. Still, the spirit of the Good Friday Agreement, dialogue, compromise, respect for difference, continues to guide Northern Ireland's fragile peace. Its success shows that even the deepest conflicts can be healed, not by force, but by facing hard truths and building trust step by step. Northern Ireland's journey from violence to peace is not complete. It is a living process, shaped by every election, every conversation, every act of courage between neighbors. It reminds the world that while history can wound, it can also be rewritten, not in blood, but in hope. Prime Ministers of the United Kingdom, first Prime Ministers, from Walpole to Pitt. The office of the Prime Minister did not begin with a formal title or grand announcement. It began with power and the need to manage it. In the early 18th century, as Britain shifted from royal control to parliamentary rule, a new kind of leader emerged. These men were not kings, but they held the reins of the nation. They were the first among equals, the first prime ministers. Robert Walpole is widely considered Britain's first prime minister, even though the title didn't officially exist when he took power. He served from 1721 to 1742, a record-breaking 21 years. Walpole held the position of First Lord of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer, but more importantly, he controlled the cabinet and had the trust of King George I and later George II. He avoided war, stabilized the economy after the South Sea bubble crisis, and built a system of political loyalty through patronage. Critics saw him as corrupt, but his dominance shaped what the office would become. After Walpole, the position of leading the government became more visible and central. Spencer Compton, known as the Earl of Wilmington, briefly followed in 1742, but he had little personal power and died the next year. He was succeeded by Henry Pelham, who led from 1743 to 1754 and brought stability during a time of international tension. His leadership helped Britain through the War of the Austrian Succession and strengthened its financial system. Pelham's brother, Thomas Pelham Halls, Duke of Newcastle, took over after Henry's death. His two non-consecutive terms, 1754 to 1756 and 1757 to 1762, were marked by indecisiveness and court intrigue. The middle years of the 18th century saw rapid changes in leadership, with short terms and unstable coalitions. Men like the Duke of Devonshire and the Earl of Bute served briefly. while conflicts between Parliament and the monarchy grew more complex. One of the most important early prime ministers was William Pitt the Elder, known as the Earl of Chatham. Although he was never officially titled Prime Minister, his leadership in the 1750s and early 1760s transformed Britain's global reach. As Secretary of State, he guided Britain through the 7 Years' War, securing victories in North America, India, and the Caribbean. His strategy laid the foundations for what would become the British Empire. He was admired for his oratory and vision, but illness and political rivals limited his long-term influence. Following Chatham, a series of weaker governments came and went. George Grenville, who introduced the unpopular Stamp Act in 1765, faced backlash that contributed to tensions with the American colonies. Lord Rockingham, who briefly repealed it, returned again in 1782, but died shortly after. The late 18th century was dominated by William Pitt the Younger, son of Pitt the Elder. He became Prime Minister in 1783 at just 24 years old, the youngest in British history. His first term lasted until 1801. Pitt was a reformer and a strong financial manager. He introduced income tax in 1799 to fund war with revolutionary France, stabilize national finances, and modernize the Navy. He also sought to abolish the slave trade, though his efforts did not succeed during his lifetime. Pitt returned to power in 1804 and served until his death in 1806, worn down by war and political stress. These early prime ministers did more than lead governments. They helped define what the role would mean, not just an advisor to the king, but a leader responsible to Parliament and the public. They faced foreign wars, political division, economic crises, and the birth of the modern British state. Through their successes and failures, they shaped a new kind of power, one not based on crown or class alone, but on persuasion, administration, and the will of the people. The office of Prime Minister would continue to grow in importance, leading Britain through revolutions abroad, reforms at home, and the rise of party politics. But it began here, in the smoke-filled chambers of early Westminster, in times of confusion and transformation, under the steady hands of those who first dared to lead. Victorian statesmen, Disraeli and Gladstone. The 19th century was a time of change for Britain. The Industrial Revolution was reshaping society. The British Empire was expanding. Cities were growing, and political power was shifting from aristocrats to the rising middle class. In this environment, two prime ministers became symbols of Victorian politics: Benjamin Disraeli and William Gladstone. They were rivals in vision, policy, and personality, but together they shaped modern Britain. Benjamin Disraeli was born in 1804 into a Jewish family that later converted to Christianity. He became known for his charm, bold ideas, and skill with words. Disraeli was a member of the Conservative Party, and he believed in strong leadership and national unity. He first became Prime Minister briefly in 1868, then served a full term from 1874 to 1880. Disraeli saw the monarchy as a vital part of Britain's identity. He strengthened ties with Queen Victoria and played a key role in giving her the title Empress of India in 1876. He believed in expanding British influence overseas and took control of the Suez Canal shares in 1875, securing a key route to India. At home, he introduced important reforms. His government passed the Artisans' Dwellings Act in 1875 to improve working-class housing and the Public Health Act of 1875 to clean up Britain's cities. He also passed laws protecting workers and regulating factories. Disraeli believed in a one-nation approach, a conservative vision that aimed to protect the interests of the poor as well as the rich. He wanted to balance tradition with reform, empire with compassion. He once said, "The palace is not safe when the cottage is not happy." His legacy remains central to conservative thinking today. William Gladstone, born in 1809, was Disraeli's opposite in many ways. He was serious, deeply religious, and a master of finance. He led the Liberal Party and served 4 terms as Prime Minister, from 1868 to 1874, 1880 to 1885, 1886 and 1892 to 1894. He believed in limited government, low taxes, and individual freedom. He reduced tariffs, supported free trade, and opposed unnecessary wars. Gladstone worked hard to make government more fair and efficient. He introduced civil service reform so that jobs would go to the most qualified, not just the well-connected. He extended the vote to more men with the 1884 Representation of the People Act, helping millions of working-class citizens gain a voice in politics. He also passed laws improving education and supporting Irish land reform. But it was Ireland that came to define Gladstone's later years. He believed that giving Ireland more control over its own affairs, called Home Rule, would strengthen the Union. In 1886, he introduced the first Home Rule Bill, but it was defeated in Parliament. The issue split his party and led to bitter national debate. He tried again in 1893, but the bill was rejected by the House of Lords. Disraeli and Gladstone clashed again and again. They debated in Parliament, wrote against each other in the press, and offered 2 different ideas of Britain's future. Disraeli stood for tradition, monarchy, and empire. Gladstone stood for reform, moral duty, and peace. Their rivalry was personal, political, and philosophical. Yet both men left a lasting impact. Disraeli helped define modern conservatism. Gladstone helped shape modern liberalism. They expanded the role of government in social life. They brought new voices into politics, and they showed that democracy could be strong, even when leaders strongly disagreed. When Disraeli died in 1881, Gladstone said little in public. When Gladstone died in 1898, Queen Victoria called him a great Christian man. The 2 men had fought hard for their beliefs, but they had also built something larger than themselves. A political culture where debate, not dictatorship, would lead the way. 20th century giants: Lloyd George, Churchill, and Attlee. The 20th century brought war, revolution, and global change. In this century, Britain needed leaders who could rise to massive challenges. Among them, 3 prime ministers stood out: David Lloyd George, Winston Churchill, and Clement Attlee. Each faced crisis. Each made lasting choices. Each reshaped the United Kingdom in ways that still echo today. David Lloyd George became Prime Minister in 1916 during the height of World War I. A liberal, he had already built a strong reputation for social reform and had served as Chancellor of the Exchequer, where he introduced the People's Budget in 1909, a tax plan aimed at reducing inequality. When the war began, Lloyd George took charge of the munition supply, then became Minister of War, and finally replaced H.H. Asquith as Prime Minister. His leadership during the war was bold and direct. He worked closely with military commanders and reorganized war production to boost efficiency. His speeches inspired national effort, and he brought in a new energy to the government during its darkest days. After the war, he represented Britain at the Versailles Peace Conference in 1919. He tried to balance punishment of Germany with the need for future peace, though many saw the treaty as too harsh. Domestically, Lloyd George promised to build a land fit for heroes. He supported housing reforms and education. But internal divisions and scandal weakened his coalition. In 1922, he was forced out of office. He never returned to power, but he had changed the role of Prime Minister forever. More powerful, more involved in wartime decisions, and more active in social reform. Winston Churchill's story is even more famous, but no less remarkable. Born in 1874, Churchill had a long political career before becoming Prime Minister. He served in multiple parties and held many cabinet positions. He was First Lord of the Admiralty during World War I, but resigned after the failed Gallipoli campaign. For years, he was out of power. During the 1930s, he warned about the rise of Nazi Germany, but many ignored him. When World War II broke out in 1939, Churchill returned to the Admiralty. On 10th May 1940, as Hitler invaded Western Europe, Churchill became Prime Minister. His leadership during the war became legendary. He refused to negotiate with the Nazis and promised victory at all costs. His speeches rallied the country. His decisions guided Britain through the Blitz, Dunkirk, and eventual victory in 1945. Churchill worked closely with US President Roosevelt and Soviet leader Stalin, helping to form the Allied strategy. At home, he managed a coalition government and supported scientific and industrial innovation. Yet after the war, in the 1945 general election, his Conservative Party lost. Many voters wanted not just victory, but change, and that change came with Clement Attlee. Clement Attlee, leader of the Labour Party, became Prime Minister in July 1945. Quiet, modest, and deeply committed to social justice, Attlee led a government that transformed Britain. He introduced the National Health Service in 1948, giving free health care to all citizens. His government also nationalized key industries, expanded education, and created the modern welfare state. Attlee's vision was shaped by the hardships of the Great Depression and the sacrifices of the war. He believed that ordinary people should have security and dignity. Under his leadership, millions of homes were built, and the state took responsibility for unemployment, pensions, and child welfare. His government also managed the complex process of decolonization, most notably granting independence to India and Pakistan in 1947. While Churchill had led Britain through war, Attlee led it through peace and reconstruction. His legacy is less dramatic but deeply rooted. The social system he helped create still forms the basis of modern Britain. These three prime ministers, Lloyd George, Churchill, and Attlee, faced different crises, but each rose to meet the moment. One brought victory in war, another built peace at home. The third tried to do both. Their ideas, choices, and conflicts shaped a century. They were not perfect. They faced criticism, made enemies, and left unfinished work. But they also left a model of leadership grounded not just in power, but in purpose. They proved that in the hardest times, bold leadership, guided by principle and driven by courage, can shape not only the fate of a nation, but the course of history. Late 20th and 21st century, from Thatcher to Sunak. The late 20th and early 21st centuries brought Britain new challenges, economic shifts, political crises, and a changing role in the world. Through it all, a series of prime ministers shaped, divided, and reimagined the nation. Their stories are stories of boldness, survival, and sometimes unexpected fall. Margaret Thatcher became Prime Minister in 1979. She was Britain's first woman to hold the office and led the country for over 11 years. She believed in free markets, privatization, low taxes, and a smaller government. She cut public spending, fought trade unions, most famously during the 1984-85 miners' strike, and sold state-owned companies to private investors. Thatcher's tough policies revived parts of the economy, but left deep divisions. She led Britain during the Falklands War in 1982 and built a close relationship with US President Ronald Reagan. However, growing unpopularity over her poll tax policy and divisions over Europe forced her resignation in 1990. John Major, Thatcher's Chancellor of the Exchequer, succeeded her as Prime Minister. Major served from 1990 to 1997. He oversaw Britain's exit from the exchange rate mechanism during Black Wednesday in 1992, a financial disaster that hurt his credibility. Despite successes like overseeing the early steps toward peace in Northern Ireland, his government was often seen as weak and divided. Labour's landslide win in 1997 ended 18 years of Conservative rule. Tony Blair, leading the New Labour movement, swept to power in 1997 with promises of modernization and reform. Blair served until 2007, becoming Labour's longest-serving Prime Minister. His government introduced the minimum wage, expanded education and healthcare funding, and helped deliver the Good Friday Agreement in Northern Ireland in 1998. Internationally, Blair supported the US-led invasions of Afghanistan in 2001 and Iraq in 2003. His decision to go to war in Iraq, based on claims of weapons of mass destruction that were never found, damaged his reputation and led to widespread protest at home. Gordon Brown succeeded Blair in 2007. As Chancellor of the Exchequer, Brown had helped guide a long period of economic growth. As Prime Minister, however, he faced the global financial crisis of 2008, which triggered a major recession. Brown nationalized several banks to save the financial system, but was blamed by many for the economic pain that followed. In the 2010 general election, Labour lost power, leading to a conservative Liberal Democrat coalition. David Cameron became Prime Minister in 2010. He promised austerity to reduce government debt and pushed for modernization within the Conservative Party. His government legalized same-sex marriage in 2013 and oversaw the Scottish independence referendum in 2014, where Scotland voted to stay in the UK. But Cameron's most consequential decision was calling the 2016 referendum on Britain's membership in the European Union. Expecting a Remain victory, he miscalculated. When Britain voted to leave the EU, 52% to 48%, Cameron resigned. Theresa May, Cameron's Home Secretary, took over in 2016. She promised to deliver Brexit, but struggled to get her plans through Parliament. Her Brexit deal was rejected multiple times, leading to political paralysis. She resigned in 2019, unable to find a way through the Brexit chaos. Boris Johnson, former mayor of London and a leading figure in the Leave campaign, succeeded May. He promised to get Brexit done, and after winning a large majority in the 2019 election, Britain officially left the EU on 31st January 2020. Johnson's time in office also faced the COVID-19 pandemic, where his government imposed nationwide lockdowns and led one of the fastest vaccine rollouts. However, scandals over lockdown parties at government offices, known as Partygate, damaged his credibility. Amid growing pressure from his own party, Johnson resigned in 2022. Liz Truss replaced Johnson in September 2022 after winning a Conservative Party leadership contest. She proposed bold tax cuts and economic reforms, but financial markets reacted badly. Her mini-budget caused the pound to fall and interest rates to rise. After just 45 days, the shortest premiership in British history, she resigned, having lost the confidence of her party and the public. Rishi Sunak, former Chancellor under Johnson, became Prime Minister in October 2022. As Britain's first Prime Minister of Asian descent, his rise marked a historic moment. Sunak inherited a country facing economic challenges, rising inflation, and political fatigue. He promised stability, fiscal responsibility, and a focus on restoring trust. His leadership represents a Britain still grappling with its post-Brexit identity, trying to find a steady path in a world of uncertainty. From Thatcher's revolution to Sunak's cautious balancing act, the story of Britain's recent prime ministers is a story of ambition, turmoil, and adaptation. Each has faced the same fundamental challenge: leading a diverse, restless nation through rapid change. Some succeeded, some fell, but all left their mark on the living history of the United Kingdom. Brexit, disruption and rebirth, 2016 to 2020s. Origins of Euroscepticism. The story of Brexit did not begin in 2016. It began much earlier, with decades of uncertainty, skepticism, and growing frustration about Britain's place in Europe. To understand why the United Kingdom chose to leave the European Union, we must first explore the long, complicated roots of British Euroscepticism. Britain's relationship with Europe was uneasy from the start. After World War II, European nations moved toward closer economic and political unity to prevent future wars. This led to the creation of the European Economic Community, EEC, in 1957, later known as the European Union. Britain stayed out at first. Prime Minister Winston Churchill had supported a United States of Europe, but he saw Britain's role differently, as a bridge between Europe, the Commonwealth, and the United States, not as a full European partner. When Britain finally applied to join the EEC in the 1960s under Prime Minister Harold Macmillan, France's President Charles de Gaulle vetoed the request. He feared Britain would act as a Trojan horse for American influence. Britain's application was only accepted in 1973 under Conservative Prime Minister Edward Heath. Even then, membership caused controversy. In 1975, Prime Minister Harold Wilson called a referendum on whether to stay in the EEC. About 67% of voters chose to remain. But tensions never fully disappeared. For many Britons, Europe was a matter of practicality, trade, economics, cooperation, rather than deep emotional connection. Unlike many continental countries devastated by war, Britain's experience of World War II was one of survival and victory. Europe was seen as something apart, not something central to British identity. In the 1980s, under Margaret Thatcher, Britain's relationship with Europe became even more strained. While Thatcher supported the single market, she fiercely opposed moves toward deeper political integration. Her famous 1988 Bruges speech warned against creating a European superstate. She demanded, and won, a British rebate on payments to the European budget, arguing that Britain was paying too much compared to what it received. The 1990s deepened the divide. The Maastricht Treaty of 1992, signed under John Major's government, transformed the EEC into the European Union and committed members to closer political ties. Although Major secured opt-outs for Britain on the euro and parts of social policy, many conservatives saw Maastricht as a betrayal. Euroscepticism, the belief that Britain should limit or even end its ties with Europe, became a major force within the Conservative Party. Meanwhile, parties like the United Kingdom Independence Party, UKIP, founded in 1993, grew louder. Led later by Nigel Farage, UKIP pushed for a complete withdrawal from the EU. Though small in parliament, UKIP's influence on public opinion, especially in European Parliament elections, was significant. Labour Prime Ministers Tony Blair and Gordon Brown supported Britain's place in the EU, but avoided further integration. Blair championed the idea of Britain being at the heart of Europe, but kept the country out of the euro currency. Brown, cautious by nature, kept Britain at a distance from deeper political union. In the 2000s and early 2010s, anger about immigration, economic pressures, and the loss of sovereignty fueled Eurosceptic feelings. EU expansion in 2004 allowed new members from Eastern Europe. Many migrants came to Britain seeking work. While this brought economic benefits, it also caused fears about competition for jobs and pressure on public services. In rural and working-class areas especially, dissatisfaction grew. At the same time, debates about Brussels bureaucracy, court rulings from the European Court of Justice, and contributions to the EU budget added to resentment. Many voters felt decisions were being made far away by institutions they did not fully trust. David Cameron, facing pressure from Eurosceptic MPs and UKIP's rising popularity, promised in 2013 that if the Conservatives won the next election, he would hold a referendum on Britain's EU membership. He believed he could renegotiate better terms with Europe and then win a vote to remain. It was a political gamble, and one that would reshape Britain's future forever. The rise of Euroscepticism was not the work of a single leader or event. It was a slow-building storm, fed by history, identity, economics, and emotion. Britain's path to Brexit was not a sudden leap, but a long, uneven journey. One rooted in a deep, uneasy feeling that Britain's destiny might lie not with Europe, but with itself. Britain today and tomorrow. Post-Brexit Britain, challenges and opportunities. When Britain officially left the European Union on 31st January 2020, it stepped into a future that was full of uncertainty. Brexit was not just a political decision, it was a change that touched every part of national life. from trade to culture, from borders to diplomacy. Today, Britain faces real challenges, but it also holds new opportunities. How the country deals with both will define its next century. One of the biggest challenges is economic adjustment. The EU had been Britain's largest trading partner. After Brexit, businesses faced new customs checks, rules, and paperwork. Small companies were hit hardest. Exports of goods to the EU fell sharply in early 2021. Financial services, long a strength of London, faced barriers to selling products freely across Europe. Many banks and firms shifted parts of their operations to cities like Frankfurt, Paris, and Dublin. At the same time, Britain has tried to build new global trade links. It signed agreements with countries including Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. In 2023, Britain formally joined the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP, a major trade bloc in the Asia-Pacific region. These deals show Britain's effort to become more outward-looking, a strategy some call Global Britain. But economists note that replacing the loss of EU trade will take time and may never fully match the old ties. Another major challenge is political unity. Scotland, where 62% voted to remain in the EU, has renewed calls for a second independence referendum. First Minister Nicola Sturgeon argued that Brexit changed Scotland's place in the United Kingdom without its consent. Although the UK government has resisted a new vote, the issue remains alive and could grow stronger with future elections. Northern Ireland faces its own tensions. The Northern Ireland Protocol, designed to avoid a hard border with Ireland, left Northern Ireland closely tied to EU trade rules. Some unionists see this as a separation from the rest of the UK. Political parties in Northern Ireland are divided, and confidence in the Good Friday Agreement's balance has been shaken. Restoring trust will require careful diplomacy. Socially, Brexit highlighted deep divisions within Britain. Cities and young voters lean toward Remain. Rural areas, older voters, and working-class communities lean toward Leave. These divides did not vanish after the referendum. They shaped debates about the economy, immigration, national identity, and Britain's future role in the world. Yet, amid these challenges, there are also opportunities. Freed from EU rules, Britain has greater freedom to set its own agricultural, environmental, and trade policies. It can create new immigration systems, like the points-based system introduced in 2021, to attract skilled workers globally. It can invest in new industries, green technology, artificial intelligence, and the life sciences, aiming to lead in sectors of the future. Britain has also shown resilience in global affairs. It played a leading role in supporting Ukraine after Russia's invasion in 2022. It has strengthened defense partnerships, like the AUKUS Security Pact with Australia and the United States. It continues to have one of the largest economies in the world and remains a central player in NATO, the G7, and the United Nations. Culturally, Britain remains influential. London's creative industries, film, music, fashion, remain globally admired. British universities continue to attract international students. English remains the world's most spoken second language, giving Britain soft power across continents. At home, debates continue about how to rebuild the economy after COVID-19, how to address inequality between regions, and how to manage Britain's multicultural, diverse society. These debates are not signs of weakness. They are part of Britain's long tradition of open argument, democratic challenge, and renewal. Brexit did not answer the question of Britain's identity. It made it more urgent. What kind of country does Britain want to be? Independent and alone, or connected and cooperative? What values will define it? Tradition, innovation, fairness, ambition. These are not questions with simple answers. They will be decided not by a single vote, but by millions of daily choices made by government, businesses, communities, and ordinary people. Britain today stands at a crossroads. It faces real risks, economic slowdowns, internal tensions, diplomatic isolation. But it also holds real strength, creativity, resilience, global networks. Its future will not be a return to old glories nor a simple decline. It will be something new, shaped by struggle, shaped by hope. History shows that Britain has reinvented itself before, from island kingdoms to empire, from empire to modern democracy. Today, the challenge is to reinvent itself once again. Not in fear, but in boldness. Not by looking backward, but by looking forward to a new story still waiting to be written. The monarchy's evolving role, from Elizabeth II to Charles III. The British monarchy has always been a symbol of continuity. Through wars, revolutions, and crises, it has adapted without falling. Yet the 21st century has brought new pressures. And the greatest transition of all, the end of Queen Elizabeth II's historic reign, and the beginning of King Charles III's. Queen Elizabeth II came to the throne in 1952, a young woman of 25, stepping into a role shaped by centuries of tradition. Over her 70-year reign, the longest in British history, she became a steady presence not just for Britain, but for the entire Commonwealth. She witnessed the end of empire, the Cold War, the digital revolution, and enormous social changes. Throughout, she remained a figure of duty, restraint, and quiet strength. Her role evolved carefully. While political power shifted fully to elected governments, the Queen embodied national identity. She opened parliaments, met weekly with prime ministers, and became a symbol of national unity during celebrations and tragedies. She remained famously neutral, never revealing her personal political views. Her reign was not without challenges. The monarchy faced criticism over its wealth, relevance, and moments of scandal, particularly in the 1990s during the breakdown of royal marriages and the public response to Princess Diana's death. Yet Elizabeth adapted. She modernized royal protocols, allowed more media access, paid taxes voluntarily, and redefined the monarchy for a new era. On the 8th of September 2022, Queen Elizabeth II died at Balmoral Castle in Scotland at the age of 96. Her death marked the end of an era. She had served through 15 prime ministers, from Winston Churchill to Liz Truss, and had been queen for nearly one-third of America's entire history. The public outpouring of grief was global, reflecting the deep respect she commanded across generations. Charles, her eldest son, became King Charles III immediately upon her death. At 73 years old, he was the oldest monarch ever to ascend to the British throne. His long wait had given the public plenty of time to consider what his reign might mean. Throughout his life as Prince of Wales, Charles had championed causes like environmental protection, organic farming, and interfaith dialogue, areas once seen as eccentric but now widely accepted. As king, Charles faces a very different Britain. It is a nation more diverse, more questioning, more critical of old institutions. Support for the monarchy remains strong among older generations, but has declined among younger citizens. Debates over colonial history, royal finances, and the monarchy's role in a modern democracy have grown louder. Charles III has signaled a monarchy that will be slimmed down, focusing on fewer working royals and reducing public costs. His coronation, held on the 6th of May 2023, blended ancient tradition with modern touches, emphasizing service rather than grandeur. In his speeches, Charles has stressed unity, sustainability, and respect for all communities. He also faces challenges abroad. Several Commonwealth countries, including Barbados, have recently moved to become republics. Others, like Jamaica and Australia, have open debates about whether to keep the monarch as head of state. Charles's task is not just to reign, but to persuade a skeptical world that the monarchy remains relevant. At home, his role is to remain above politics while embodying national values. It is a delicate balance, offering continuity without seeming out of touch, offering leadership without exercising power. It is a task few envy and even fewer could achieve. The monarchy's future under Charles III will depend on its ability to remain meaningful in a fast-changing world. It must show that tradition can evolve, that service can inspire, and that leadership can be exercised without domination. Queen Elizabeth II's reign was a triumph of dignity. Charles III's reign will be a test of adaptation. Together, they show that the British monarchy is not simply a relic of the past. It is an institution that, if it is wise and humble, can continue to shape the story of Britain, not by commanding loyalty, but by earning it every day. Identity in a globalized world, questions about Scotland and Northern Ireland. Britain today faces a question deeper than economics, deeper than politics. It is a question of identity. In a globalized, fast-moving world, what does it mean to be British? And what does it mean for Scotland and Northern Ireland? Two nations where that identity now faces new and serious challenges. Scotland's place in the United Kingdom has been under debate for decades. In 2014, Scotland voted in a referendum to remain in the UK by 55% to 45%. At that time, one of the arguments for staying was the promise of continued membership in the European Union. But when Britain voted for Brexit in 2016, and Scotland voted strongly against it, with 62% choosing to remain, the political ground shifted dramatically. Since then, calls for a second independence referendum have grown louder. The Scottish National Party, SNP, which dominates the Scottish Parliament, argues that Brexit changed the contract between Scotland and the rest of the UK. They say that Scotland should have the right to choose its future once again. In 2022, Scotland's government formally requested permission to hold another referendum, but the UK Supreme Court ruled in November 2022 that Scotland could not hold a vote without Westminster's approval. The debate is not only legal, it is emotional. For many Scots, the question is about dignity, control, and the ability to chart their own course in a world where small nations can thrive. Opponents argue that breaking away would create economic risks, uncertainty about currency, and the challenge of rejoining the European Union independently. Northern Ireland faces a different but equally complex identity question. The 1998 Good Friday Agreement ended decades of violence by allowing people in Northern Ireland to choose their own identity, British, Irish, or both. Brexit put new stress on that fragile balance. The Northern Ireland Protocol, designed to prevent a hard border with the Republic of Ireland, created new trade barriers between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK. Many Unionists felt betrayed, seeing this as a weakening of their ties to Britain. Tensions resurfaced. Political institutions struggled. The Democratic Unionist Party, DUP, refused to take part in government unless the protocol was changed. At the same time, support for Irish unity, once a distant dream, grew stronger, particularly among younger generations. In May 2022, Sinn Féin, a nationalist party, won the largest number of seats in the Northern Ireland Assembly for the first time in history, a symbolic shift that shook the foundations of the old political order. In both Scotland and Northern Ireland, globalization plays a powerful role. Connections to Europe, to America, to the wider world have become part of daily life. Younger citizens, raised with international horizons, are less tied to old definitions of nationhood. For them, borders are less about defense and more about opportunity. Britain's own identity is also changing. It is more multicultural, more diverse, more connected than ever before. Cities like London, Glasgow, and Belfast are hubs of global culture. Immigration, international trade, and cultural exchange shape everyday life. Yet, at the same time, there is a strong pull toward local identities, toward nations within nations. Scotland's distinct legal system, education, and cultural pride stand apart. Northern Ireland's deep-rooted history and dual loyalty create a society always negotiating its sense of belonging. The questions now facing Britain are not simple ones. Can the United Kingdom remain united while allowing greater autonomy? Can it balance tradition with change? Can it hold together a union of nations that see themselves, increasingly, as separate players on a global stage? History teaches that identity is never static. it evolves. Britain evolved from kingdoms into empire, from empire into democracy, and from democracy into a modern union. Now it must evolve again, finding ways to honor its rich diversity without breaking apart its shared bonds. The future of Britain, and the futures of Scotland and Northern Ireland, will not be decided by governments alone. They will be decided by people, by their hopes, their fears, their dreams of who they are and who they want to become. Britain's story is not over. It is still being written, one choice, one voice, one future at a time. Britain's role in the 21st century: diplomacy, culture, technology, climate leadership. In a fast-changing world, Britain's role is no longer defined by empire or military conquest. Instead, it is shaped by diplomacy, cultural influence, technological innovation, and leadership in the fight against climate change. Britain in the 21st century is learning how to be powerful without domination, how to lead by example rather than by force. Diplomacy remains a central pillar of Britain's global influence. As a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, a founding member of NATO, and a key voice in the G7 and G20, Britain punches above its weight in international affairs. After Brexit, it worked hard to strengthen bilateral ties, not just with Europe, but with countries around the world. Britain's role in rallying support for Ukraine after Russia's 2022 invasion showed its continued ability to lead in moments of crisis. Through sanctions, military aid, and diplomacy, Britain proved that even outside the European Union, it could act decisively on the world stage. Culturally, Britain's soft power is one of its greatest strengths. British music, film, literature, and fashion are admired worldwide. Institutions like the BBC, the British Museum, and the Royal Shakespeare Company continue to project British creativity across borders. Cities like London, Manchester, Edinburgh, and Liverpool are global hubs for art, design, and performance. British universities, including Oxford, Cambridge, and Imperial College London, attract students from every continent, shaping future leaders and innovators. British technology and innovation also play a growing role. Britain is one of Europe's leaders in tech startups and venture capital investment. London's tech sector, known as Tech City around Shoreditch, has expanded rapidly since the early 2010s. Fields like artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and financial technology, fintech, have seen strong growth. Companies like DeepMind, based in London, are world leaders in AI research. Britain's focus on technology is part of its strategy to remain competitive in a digital global economy. At the same time, Britain has taken a leading role in climate leadership. Hosting the 26th United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP26, in Glasgow in 2021, Britain brought global leaders together to renew commitments to cut carbon emissions. Prime Minister Boris Johnson described it as a turning point for humanity. Although outcomes were mixed, Britain's example, setting legally binding targets to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050, has placed it among the frontrunners in the green transition. Domestically, Britain is investing in renewable energy. It leads Europe in offshore wind power capacity. The government's Green Industrial Revolution plan aims to create up to 250,000 jobs in sectors like hydrogen energy, carbon capture, and electric vehicles. Britain also pledged to phase out sales of new petrol and diesel cars by 2030, one of the most ambitious targets among major economies. However, challenges remain. Britain's exit from the European Union made its climate diplomacy more complex, as it can no longer coordinate environmental policy as closely with European partners. At home, debates about energy prices, economic inequality, and how to fund the green transition continue to stir political and public debate. Globally, Britain also faces competition. Emerging economies are asserting their voices. Soft power, once easily held through language and media, now must compete with new cultural giants. Diplomatically, Britain must balance its historic alliances with adapting to a world where power is more spread out, between America, China, India, Europe, and many others. Yet Britain's greatest strength lies in its ability to adapt. Time and again, from the Industrial Revolution to the post-war era, from imperial decline to democratic renewal, Britain has found ways to reinvent itself. In the 21st century, that reinvention depends on staying open to the world, investing in its people, leading on urgent global issues like climate change, and offering not just military power, but moral leadership. Britain's future will not be built on old victories. It will be built on new partnerships, new ideas, and a renewed sense of purpose. In a world hungry for trust, creativity, and action, Britain still has much to offer. If it chooses to lead not by command, but by example.